Greetings, stowaways. This episode comes with a content warning for Withdrawal. Thank you, and enjoy the show. Greetings and salutations, and welcome to Flintlocks and Fireballs, where a handful of man-actors will attempt to survive the treacherous waters of Dungeons and Dragons. I am your host and Dungeon Master Jason Phelps, and I am joined, as ever, by Robbie Mascarpone Bellekom.
Aww.
Sam, Carmen Bear, Burns,
hey,
and Ellie Gorge Sparrow.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what that means. I'm a bit lost.
Cheddar's made in the Cheddar Gorge.
that's true.
How would one cheddar gorge?
You tell me.
Yeah.
Enthusiastically.
Yes.
Sexily.
You ched that gorge.
I fucking will. You watch me. Check
Speaking
them
of-
gorges all day.
Speaking of things we cannot watch, it's time for us to cast our sight and minds, but mostly our ears, into the mists of the future and demand, future us, what messages from the present? It's Future Jason with messages from the present. This episode of Flintlocks and Fireballs is brought to you by you. As ever, a massive thanks to our crew members on the Flintlocks Patreon who help keep this ship sailing. There's a wealth of extra content and bonus features for patrons, including regular blog posts, extra stories narrated by the cast, artwork, and a monthly poll for the community to help design an element to go into the game. You can check it out at patreon.com/flintlocks-and-fireballs, link in the description. And that's it for announcements this time. Back to you, Past Jason. The chief message is Jason should not have skipped his vocal warm-ups, apparently, because my goodness is his tongue tight.
Nobody wants a tight tongue. Makes certain things very difficult. Like recording.
speaking.
Yep.
Yeah.
And on that cheerful note,
anything because my mother listens to this.
Your mother has seen it all if she listens to this. Or rather, she's heard it all. She's not seen a single thing, because by definition it's an audio medium. But, you know, you get my point.
maybe she's seen the fan art.
We haven't any dirty
Wow.
fan art yet. I don't think we have.
No, but we did. But someone
play a
recently
child
did do
solo.
Jumping Jack's jumper cables.
It was great. I
That was
enjoyed it.
brilliant.
It was somebody
That
called
was.
Moonlight on the server, as I recall, who does some very lovely art. At least I think it was. If I've got that wrong, we'll cut it out and I'll say the other one, but I think it was Moonlight. I'm doubting myself. I need to look. I don't want to credit art wrong. It makes me anxious. Everybody talk about something else while I check it was Moonlight.
I mean, I was about to launch us off into the episode, but this brief interlude is sponsored by
Crediting us.
Jumping
Oh
Cables,
no,
Jumping
their name is
Jacks.
Jimothy on the server. Help.
Oh, it's recently
Oh no,
been
no,
Jimothy
no.
Day.
Their name is Their name is Moon Snake, and I think it was Moonlight for a while, but at the moment
Yep.
it's Jimothy Snake because it's just been Jimothy Day not that long ago.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jimothy Snake, for your lovely jumping jacks. It was great.
And on that cheerful
I love
note,
that
it's
our
time
group
to
chat
begin
is still Jimothy's.
Flintlocks and Fireballs. Our land stands on the sabre's edge.
Our cities are a powder keg.
Brother chains, brother, no one's free. A life on land is short, you'll see.
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.
Previously on Flintlocks and Fireballs, the party continue to quest their way through the Cirrus Citadel in search of answers about sorcery. And indeed, as they quest through the different wings of 12 ancient sorcerers, they've most recently entered the domain of one who, at this point I think quite clearly, the Seer. Having found themselves moving through what appear to be incomplete or incoherently rendered mishmashes of past, present and future, they worked together with the elven woman Cassandra, who they met, to reassemble 3, for want of a word, broken tokens of time. An old style well, indeed, actually, I should say for you, a modern style pendulum clock. An hourglass, which, due to being assembled in a 0G environment, had to be spun so that centripetal force could force the grains through it and make time run.
Unless you just do gravity shit.
Or, you just do gravity shit. And finally, a complex series of objects that, in retrospect, were not the best to describe through an audio medium past midnight when all of us were exhausted from recording.
It was still really cool, though.
It really was.
It
But
was
which,
so cool.
when assembled, resembled a spherical sort of a sphere akin to a planet, upon which was placed a tiny sort of Stonehenge-like series of cubes, in the middle of which was a little tall, thin pyramid that created, in effect, a sundial on a sphere, which was then set into rotation around a glowing orb.
It's so fucking cool, and I'm sorry I was
Yeah.
too tired to understand what it was, but it's so cool.
And in the final moments, as you assemble this tiny planet with its sundial and set it into motion around the glowing sphere, the glowing orb, the tiny planet rotates, and the light of the miniature sun casts its shadow on the rotating sundial. The last of these gates glows, and as the various fragmented images of past, present, and future return, they all seem to coalesce together until you find yourself in a featureless white void, bare except for a curious triangular door made itself of 4 equilateral triangles, the outer 3 of which each have upon them the objects that you assembled: the clock, the hourglass, the solar system sundial, the centre of which is simply a blank triangle. You can tell that this is a doorway, and it is currently closed, but you have a sense that from the flickering light around it, that it can be opened with a touch. Floating in front of this doorway, to the image that Ellie just sketched out there.
I will put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Floating in front of this doorway, you are able to see Cassandra, the blonde elven woman in a green dress from before. She is missing the body armor and accoutrements that she had picked up during her strange temporal adventures, and is once again garbed as you first met her in an antique green dress. Though she seems though gone is the sense of confusion and uncertainty. Instead, she opens her eyes, which blaze with a white light. "We are together again," she says, and you can softly hear an echo to her voice, as if perhaps 40 or 50 other people, all with her voice, are murmuring the same words. Thank you. For a brief time now, I can see clearly. As is the way of these things, the path is now open for you to proceed. As thanks, I, who am Cassandra, who was Phoebe the seer, will answer you one question about the past, present, or future. There are some limitations I will make you aware of. I cannot see anything that is hidden from scrying during the times in which it is hidden. I see all possibilities, many of which are more likely or less likely than others. My answers will be couched in this. Any answers about the future will be couched with this understanding. That said, you may ask, and then I will use what power remains to me to make predictions for the next cycle, until, with hope, I return. This much I will say. She looks to Scamp and Victory.
Oh.
Neither of you are me.
Yeah,
Right.
that makes sense.
Well, there's one question out of the way then.
I mean,
It
yeah,
didn't
that
feel
wouldn't have
right,
fit
did
really,
it?
would it?
No, not really. But nice to have confirmation of it. Alright,
Yeah.
You're not going to be a dick about it if we ask, like, small questions.
I will answer one question that requires me to look into time.
Right.
I will answer that question as thoroughly as I am able to.
Right.
There's
Right,
not any
thank
like
you.
hag nonsense here, because we've done that.
yeah.
Just, checking that you're not going to be like if we ask about a limitation, you're not going to be like, yeah, the question garden. Yeah, you didn't seem that way, but we've been burned before,
Yeah, just a bit.
It's a little bit.
If this was easy, I would answer many questions for you, but there is a limited time in which I will remain this coherent.
Right.
Okay.
Can
we
we have
go
a minute to
fast.
confer?
Of course.
Cracking.
Alright.
Right. What's important then?
Well, the Kraken's important. The end of
That's
the
kind
world's
of a big one,
important.
isn't it?
Yes. Alright. Suggestions
We know
then.
how to stop it, so that's not
That's
really.
true.
I mean, basically how we stop it is go into the Eversquall,
Yeah.
nick the Holy Grail and hit it lots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems to
We've
be
got the
the
basics
size of things at the
so-
moment, at least as we understand them.
I mean, I know that I'm
So-
oversimplifying there a bit, but
No.
that's pretty much it, right?
You're really
The point's
not.
there, yes, the
I
point's
mean,
there.
none of those are easy things to do, but you're not actually simplifying the steps.
Great.
That is literally what we got to do.
They sound
Yeah.
simple out loud, complicated otherwise. Right,
Yeah,
alright.
yeah,
so,
especially hit it lots.
so what
sounds
else
much
is
less
useful?
complicated than it will be. But
There's a brief moment, by the way. All of you are just like slightly hanging weightlessly in this void. It's a little bit in between the sense of flying magically and the sense of being in that strange gravityless place.
oh, it's
Carry
like
on.
the legs are walking
Just-
off
is
without
it just dark?
No, it's everything is evenly lit by blank white in every direction. The only object is the
Is the
door.
door.
You kind of feel like you can float forwards and backwards, like if you were flying. Like you've got that, like whatever is in this place is doing similar things to that. But yeah, it's like it's more like you're like in an open space of possibility and nothing is concrete.
Don't love this, if I'm honest. Celestia
Nah,
seeming
don't
to
really
like
this
come
place
to.
at all.
Victory chips in. Yeah, this is kind of freaking me out a little,
Oh,
but
you know,
yeah.
Yeah. When I came up to the surface, it was all like, oh, I'm going to fall into the sky and there'll be nothing forever. It's sort of tugging on that in a way that I can't quite put my finger on, but I think we should just not think about that. How about world-ending questions instead?
Yeah.
That'll be comforting.
Right, yeah. So, Kraken is...
I mean, a major question/worry that I have is, what does it actually want?
That is a good point. I mean, we found out
Yeah,
in
what if it wants something we can actually just give it and it'll go away? Or what if it wants something that actually we want?
Yeah, or that it shouldn't have.
In any case,
Yeah.
knowing that would be a useful thing to know. All right, good.
Yeah, 'cause I mean,
good point.
I don't know, it feels a bit oversimple to just be like, oh, it wants to eat people forever and get really big. That it just feels like a bit... It can't just be doing that for funsies.
Especially
Yeah,
not
you're
if that's
right,
like
and-
world ending, that doesn't...
And seeing as my farming idea doesn't seem to be holding much water, I really would quite like to know what possible gain it gets out of what it does.
Yeah, I think that made sense with the information you had. But
Yeah.
now that we know that there are some targeted attacks by reavers involved, it just feels a little thinner than it did.
Yeah,
It
and
also
another
just
thing.
makes it feel a bit less, like, smart than it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's smarter than that.
Another thing that's been tugging on my mind a lot, with regards especially to why, for example, Olga wanted it dead, is does killing it make the end of the world more or less likely to happen?
I mean, that could be answered by what does it want as well, because if it wants the end of the world, then like,
Yes.
I think we have our answer.
Yeah, I think
Maybe that's number
what
2?
does it want?
Yeah.
Well, we get one question, so, you know.
But I mean,
Let's try that one.
if for whatever reason, I don't know, she can't see this one or whatever.
Yeah, it's fair enough.
Yeah, like I assume that if we ask a question that is beyond your, and he turns back to Cassandra for a second, if we ask a question that is beyond your ability to answer, are we able to rephrase?
She thinks for a moment. Anything which is hidden from my sight, I must make guesses around. I can see the shape of what is hidden, even if I cannot see it itself. So, if you ask me a question where I can use my sight to give you a best possible answer, I will answer it. If it is
Alright,
a
good to
question
know.
that could not be answered by sight, she pauses, or does not require the use of my sight, I will not count that as your question.
Right.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You have helped
really
me.
much more reasonable than most people we've talked with.
You really
Gotta
are.
say that.
Yeah.
Glad we could help. Looks not
yeah,
fun.
so am I. It sounds like a quite the predicament.
She doesn't seem entirely here while you're conferring with each other as well. Looking at her, her focus is like slightly drifting, as if she's doing a lot in the background that you aren't privy to.
Right.
Oh, mood.
Right.
Right.
When you address her, when you addressed her just then, her focus seemed to return to this moment.
Well, don't expect me to explain why, but I get the feeling that right now she's kind of everywhere. And every when.
Yeah.
That sounds
yeah,
so
cool.
tiring.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Alright.
guess that's why it's only...
mean, should we-
Well, that's the thing.
Shall we
Yeah,
give what
well,
does
we
the
can.
Kraken want a crack and see what happens?
Yeah, the only other question I could think of which might help us right now is who are the most powerful allies we could draw on whose goals ally with us to kill the Kraken?
That one is good.
I mean, that is good, but I feel like the priority is... Yeah.
we might have other
We
ways
can
of
probably
finding
figure
that
that
out.
out ourselves.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, so in order of preference then, it's what does the Kraken want? Does killing the Kraken make the end of the world more or less likely? And who are the most powerful allies we can draw on to help us?
Yeah, no,
kill
I
the
mean,
Kraken?
that would be
hopefully one of
useful,
those
but
will be
that's-
seeable at least. But
Yeah.
I think the awareness that people quite often can't see the Kraken.
Yeah,
good to have
we've got to
backups.
hedge our
Yeah.
bets with that at least.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
I think we're ready for a question, if that's all
Cassandra
right.
focuses again. Ask your question.
What does the Kraken want?
She frowns a little. This does not require me to use my sight.
Oh, you just know that, do you?
Oh, sweet.
The Kraken wants what I want. To prevent
Uh-oh.
the end of civilization.
Oh, for... Ah! Right.
As in the end of the world?
Food.
Almost, but not quite.
Okay. Oh.
What is... I don't understand what the difference is.
Does it want to, like, replace our civilization with its own thing?
She thinks she...
Is
Her
that
eyes flick
what
for
you
a
mean?
moment.
Is that... Mm.
A version of me showed you a tree splitting into multiple branches.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
In every branch of the tree of time, the world will end.
Yeah.
This cannot be avoided.
Well, that makes sense.
In most branches of the tree of time, civilization ends with it, or before it.
Right.
Oh,
So, in some way that the Kraken is involved with the end of civilization as we know it.
No, I get it. We're thinking too small, aren't we? Because, right, we've just been on the big floaty thing where we could see Calcinea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We weren't on Calcinea, but there was civilization. And Olga
Okay.
said that she wanted to get off this rock.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a terrifying thought.
But if, for a terrifying second, we accept
Okay.
that Calcinea will end at some point, regardless of what we do. But
Yeah.
civilization doesn't have to.
Yeah.
Does that mean
Look,
everybody lives somewhere else?
Like the people just
I
up
mean-
and move. If
But maybe in the best case scenario, everybody's left before it ends. Maybe the best
Yeah.
case scenario isn't Calcinea doesn't end. Maybe the best case scenario is everyone's gone already. We've got to the point where they can do magical, crazy things where you can float above Calcinea and look at it before it ends.
Or, you know, you can go into a weird mansion in a void.
Yeah.
Because those we've seen entire civilizations that end on Calcinea. Like now.
This much I can tell you. In no main branch of the Tree of Time does civilization outlast the world.
I see. All right.
Every most
So-
likely timeline, civilization ends.
Right.
Only in the edge cases, the unlikely timelines, do I ever see civilization surviving. A
Right, those
thing
are the
that
ones we
you
wanna get to.
should be aware of, Celestia.
Yes.
You will never see these outcomes through the eye of the storm. The eye focuses the vision of time and limits it to only the main branch, the most likely outcome.
That
Oh,
makes
of
sense.
course.
Because it's like you answering a question, isn't it? You're going to answer with the most likely thing. Is what the one that you'd have to look forwards and backwards and all that for. You said you'd answer with the most likely scenario.
Yes. When I do cast my mind into time, I will try to give you a more nuanced answer as best
Right.
I can. But the eye limits your perception to allow you to see.
Right. So it's like you're. There's probably an oversimplification, but it's like with a spyglass. You can see one thing or a small amount of something that's very far away, but you can't see the whole picture of everything because it's too big and wide, and you can't fit it all in.
Correct.
My brain feels a bit like that at this second, if I'm honest.
Now imagine that your spyglass will only tell you for certain what is the wrong route to take.
Oh.
Oh, good.
I've heard of some like cursed items that do that sort of thing. Yeah.
So are you saying the eye is going to tell us directly the wrong thing sometimes?
Well, only the most likely thing, but the most likely thing isn't necessarily the most helpful.
Or the most desirable, right?
Every main branch ends in failure. The most likely scenario always ends in the destruction of civilization.
Alright, so...
You know what? We fucking love an edge case, actually.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say we're a ship full of them.
Okay.
Alright. But that's definitely more than we knew before. This is helpful. This is good. And also it means that, like... Again, we always knew that it was only the most likely possibility, but we also know that now that it's never going to be able to tell us exactly the right thing to do in order to get the right outcome. We have to make that decision for ourselves.
So I'm having a bit of a moment because we've, don't end the world. Ooh, and now it's maybe let the world end, but make sure everyone's off it first.
Well,
I mean, it's got to eventually go, right? I guess.
I don't know how it works.
Thinking about it on the
I
scale
don't know,
of what you were
surely
saying,
things will run out eventually.
What was that?
like
Things will just run out. You'll get too many people or too feels like stuff can't just go forever, right?
I'm going to be honest, darling. I haven't really thought that far ahead in terms of the world's just like where I live and stuff.
what?
I have. She does.
Right.
I mean, end of the world was as far as my little brain got. But maybe I'm an ant.
Well, no, in terms of civilization, it's like we've seen the ruins of previous civilizations, but there are still people. The types of people that made up those civilizations still exist, but they're elsewhere. They've moved. Things have changed.
But if the world ended while everybody was still on it, that really would be the end of civilization generally.
Yeah, so if we have to make sure that there's always somewhere else people can go.
Sorry, I'm
They
laughing.
can't all go into our little mansion.
This is completely out of character. But on Celestia's playlist, the first one is Bo is in Space. And it's,
Love it.
it's taken on a new meaning now. And it's
wow,
going on
yes.
Celestia's new playlist. Again, but for entirely other reasons. Because it was like a stupid Dreamfoldy one. But now it's like, no, seriously, Bo is in space.
Bo's going to be in space, otherwise he's not surviving the end of the world. So.
Yeah. Ground control to marathon. There's going to be so much space shit on this playlist.
Excellent.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I've pulled it together. Let's continue with what we were doing. Well, I guess, yeah, before my head explodes, shall we ask another horrifying, world-ending question?
Yeah, what was the next one?
What was our next one again?
Does killing the Kraken make the end of the world more likely or less likely?
Her eyes...
Is it relevant now?
Cassandra's eyes flash for a moment. And then she says... I cannot know if the Kraken's death makes the survival of civilization more or less likely. What I can tell you is that in all main branch timelines, the Kraken survives.
Boom.
Those are all bad.
This much I will say. She and I are seeking the same goal, but our methods are different. I seek to disrupt, to throw the future out of balance, to make it unpredictable in the hopes that we can stumble or find that golden path that leads to survival. She tries to forge the main branch to match what she believes is the golden path. And in so doing, she will create the main branch again and again, as she has for thousands of years. I do not know which, if either of us is right, but I know that we suffer the same limitation. Neither of us can see beyond Calcinea. Not even so far as the two nearest planets in the sky, which, Corzin, you would
What's
know,
on
are
those?
Lucifer, which is the next one nearer to the sun, and Dust, the one slightly further from the sun. Thank you. You folks actually made me name some planets in the solar system.
Thank you. It was a thing I thought
Good
of
names.
in terms of Corzin would know because he knows how to navigate by the stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucifer and Dust. Got it.
Don't ask me about the other ones.
That's,
What happens
that's
if
weird.
we
Is that,
teleport there?
does magic not work outside Calcinea?
I am literally unable to tell you.
No, I'm sorry, I'm speculating.
However,
What happens if I try and teleport there?
If you don't die, I murder you for being that stupid. That's what happens. Yeah. That's what
Probably
goes on.
best not.
fortunately, I cannot answer that question. It seems you are in luck. You still have a question that requires me to use my sight.
Shit.
All
Yeah,
right.
I really didn't think we'd ask all three of these, if I'm honest. I thought we wouldn't get past the first
No.
one, but love
No,
this.
quite.
More answers, hooray. Corzin, you had a good one for the third one. What was it?
Alright, yes. Who are the most powerful allies we could draw on in order to kill the Kraken whose goals align with us?
Ooh, I think out of character we were slightly less specific than that. We didn't say to kill the Kraken, we said who are the most powerful allies
Okay,
that we
yeah.
can recruit.
No,
whose
I'm
goals align
actually
with us.
that's quite useful to have that wording.
But like, is that what you've... Out of character, lads, we have conferred a little on these, understandably. Is that going to throw you if
No,
there's
it
different
doesn't.
wording?
That's,
Cool.
That lines up with what I've been thinking about. She
It's the same
focuses
question you've answered, yeah.
Yeah.
very well. This I will see. To answer as best I can the spirit of your question, not every ally I can see has goals that necessarily align with yours completely. But I will look for allies in futures where you could recruit them and where they would be inclined to assist you.
Thank you.
She extends her arms, and you see for a moment a glimpse around her of two hands taking either of her hands, one on either side, and then like like, you know when you make a paper chain of like little people, spreading all outwards and wrapping around are dozens upon dozens of ghostly clones of Cassandra in different dresses, different states of being, different ages. And the white void around you begins to flare with light, and suddenly you find yourself standing on pavement and then grass and then on the prow of a ship. Scenes flicker into being all around you, crackling in and out of existence in a kind of like headache-inducing blur, as if you can see different fragments of possibility surging around you. 3, 4. After a few moments, the whirlwind of different scenes collapses into a strangely familiar scene. You see you find yourselves in the midst of the circular sort of amphitheatre or council chambers that you saw in Newmark, the ones in the very centre of the city hall, in the midst of a frozen moment in time. There are figures seated in chairs all around you, some of whom you vaguely recognise, some of whom you clearly recognise. You definitely see, if I just grab these for a moment, some people sat in those seats that... grab this here. Okay. Some of the people sat in the seats are immediately apparent, people that you recognise. You can see several of the Bell founders, these supporters of the revolution, sat in these seats. You see Chen Hui-sin, the ambitious daughter of Chen Jiang, the leader of the 30 cutthroats.
She was the lawyer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sat in those seats, but also many you don't recognise. A mixture of politicians and financiers and what look like soldiers or commanders, and at least two blurry outlines that you can't quite make out, but also a cadre of drow garbed in familiar steel and I think it's steel and mithril armor. Armor wielding with not drawn but slung upon their backs bows and rifles, blades by their sides. A small company of the Ebon Guard. Cassandra stands in the middle of this amphitheatre with you, and eyes still glowing, she speaks. You may not like all of the 5 allies I have found, but you asked for power first. One of the most powerful allies you can recruit is the drow lady, Naivara Rothanol. She is hidden from direct sight in all futures until her death. She commands a force, a highly capable armed force loyal to her house, the Ebon Guard, of which there are, a brief flicker in her eyes for a moment, in excess of 30,000 alive at this moment. Bringing her on side is also one way to heal the breach between two unseen entities, of which I believe she is one, that control the bank, Golden Kratz and Guildenstern. This would give you access to this, in futures in which this happens, gives you access to iron-armoured ships and multiple military resources. However, there are futures as well in which she dies. When this happens, the prism of probability splits wildly. The future becomes extremely uncertain. In some of all that I know, because the one who makes the arguments against you, as you, she nods to you, Celestia, are hidden from my sight, the Ebon Guard will divide in some manner over their future and who they wish to be. In some of these futures, you are able to win full control of the Ebon Guard. In others, you retain only partial control, but the iron ships remain in your grasp. In others still, you lose control entirely. I cannot see you in those futures until your death or another circumstance of which I will inform you. So I cannot clearly see how these events come to pass.
But is it her that's important? Or is it the Ebon Guard and the Iron Ships that are important?
The resources of Naivara Rothanol are the core of her power. While she is, I infer, a brilliant individual who would be an asset, for the goal you are trying to achieve, her resources would suffice.
Okay. That's...
You know she'd have ambitions that didn't include anything that was good for us.
Nevertheless...
Or anyone, really, other than herself.
She's not good with power.
The futures...
No, we've seen that.
There are... She frowns. There are a handful of futures in which you... And she frowns. Yes, I do believe you acquire control of the Ebon Guard that do not also result in Naivara Rothanol's death. These are slim. I cannot see how these come to pass.
So she most likely did in those scenarios.
Oh, what a shame. Sorry.
We'll miss her terribly.
I shall mourn.
The world flicker. As she describes this, by the way, I forgot to mention, you see the environment shift around you. When she speaks of Naivara's death, you see a scene you have seen before, which is the still and bloody form of Naivara on the ground in this chamber. When she speaks of controlling the Ebon Guard, for a moment you see the Ebon Guard arrayed in front of you, you think, or at least in front of where you are standing, on the docks of Newmark, boarding the iron skin ships. In others, you see them fighting each other on a battlefield. In others still, you see them besieging Newmark. You cannot make out who is opposing you in those scenarios. There are just blurry figures.
Right. Oof. Head of the Ebon Guard. Horrifying.
I mean, it wouldn't have to be permanent, would it?
What was that, Scamp?
It wouldn't have to be permanent.
Yeah.
Just like beat a Kraken and then teach him not to be awful? I don't know.
Oh no, man. Well, if I am in charge, they'll have a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's the main thing. Right now, they don't.
Yeah.
4 figures of power remain.
Yeah, who are the others?
The world flashes, and for a moment you find yourself deep underground in a city not unlike Utu, but different. A vast, it is larger. You can see
No, I know who it
you
is.
Yeah.
see huge
Just when we thought it could be worse.
Oh, we've been
temples.
pissing ourselves about this person for weeks as if she's coming up.
Huge temples to
No.
all 8 of the spider goddesses around you, and surmounting them a grand structure.
I mean, the world ending's not that bad, right?
The second figure of you could potentially recruit is Empress Ariadne of the Ariadne.
How is this an option?
You know, I think maybe we should
How
just
are
end
we
the world
gonna
at this
persuade-
point, to be honest.
I
Fuck
think,
it.
you know what, maybe the Kraken's got a point and we can all be friends.
I warn you, in almost all futures in which you recruit Empress Ariadne, her agents, or she, though she herself is hidden from my sight, will try to kill you during or after your attempts to kill the Kraken.
Obviously.
Shooting!
You
Oh,
represent too much of a
little
threat
fuckers.
now.
Also, there was that whole thing about coming for me last.
Yeah.
So there's
No,
that.
she recognises you as a threat already. There's no way.
Yeah, but we had a deal, didn't we, that she'd get everyone else in my family and then she'd come for me.
However,
Oh, hooray.
in futures in which you recruit her, she provides you with powerful direct assistance, the aid of her chosen, the paladins of the Underdark, as well as artifacts that are potent but whose nature is hidden from me. In these futures, the Ebon Guard is most likely utterly destroyed.
So, I'm so sorry, I see
Okay.
my brain had a blip and I didn't quite join those things together. So, in the future where she joins us...
She gives you powerful direct support,
Yep,
artifacts, and the Ebon Guard are almost certainly destroyed.
just if the battle goes that cool, yep.
No, just are destroyed, that's all she said.
Right. As in destroyed by her, or just you don't know? Will we do it, or like...
There are a multitude of means. In some, she kills them directly. In others, they are maneuvered into positions in which they die. In almost every scenario, at least 90% of the Ebon Guard are killed.
Right.
Right.
Oh, shit.
It's a lot of people.
The Empress
Again.
does not brook this threat to her authority.
Yeah,
Right.
makes a horrible sort of sense.
That's a lot of people who didn't ask to be there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Are you ready for your third... And actually, again, the
like,
world
I
splits
don't know if
around
this-
you and
does
you
this
see
count?
battlefields full of just dead drow.
Quick question about the Emperors, which, I don't know if it counts as whether you can answer this or not. Is she a sorcerer? Just, wanting to rule things out.
Empress Ariadne is hidden from my sight.
Right.
Ow! Balls!
She probably fucking is, though, isn't she? I've been thinking it for ages,
she
but I've been
probably-
too horrified to
yeah.
say anything, to be honest.
No, I've been wondering, and I didn't like that I was wondering, so I had to ask.
Every so often I'll just think about it and go, nope, fuck's that.
Nah.
There
Ooh.
are no likely futures in which I see her after her death. There may be unlikely futures, but I'm using my power to answer this question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're not trying to wheedle, promise.
No, it was just if it happened to be a thing you just knew.
She nods
I
a
could
little
not try.
tightly. You can see the figures around her are flickering a little, as if she's
Sorry.
Please
focusing
carry
her
on,
powers.
sorry.
The world shifts and you see a series of confusing images flicker around you in which you are momentarily aboard ship. You see flickers of islands, of storms, clear skies, islands. Briefly, you see just the water all around you. And you find yourselves on the deck of the Kraken's Bane in a frozen moment mid-storm. You can see there are two hazy figures nearby whose details you cannot make out. The identity of the third figure is not known to me, but looking at the shape they leave in the world, a powerful hag makes a pact with you in futures in which you acquire the Grail. I cannot see the location in which this happens. I cannot see the details of how this happens. I cannot see the hag herself. However, I infer that somehow you are able to gain her full cooperation. She is able to provide you with secrets that I cannot perceive, but the effects of which appear to shift potential battles in your favour, and material aid, the details of which are unclear to me. I apologise. All of these futures are obscured to greater or lesser degrees, but this much I am certain. In the futures in which you acquire the Grail, you will have the opportunity to make a pact with this hag.
Ugh.
Alright.
I am dreading who the next people are,
I'm
honestly.
fucking
Because,
horrified.
you are...
The world flickers around you, and you find yourself on the docks of a familiar tropical port in which dozens of sailors and brigands are raising cutlasses and muskets in a cheer in this frozen moment. The fourth ally, so to speak, that you can acquire is the allegiance of the pirates of Porto Massidia. In futures in which you are able to become the pirate king, you win the support of an armada of pirates. And you can see leading out in the bay, there are dozens of ships ready to sail. More than this, you are able to acquire a powerful weapon for the Kraken's Bane, the details of which are hidden from my sight, but I infer that it is similar in nature to a lightning prow, but capable of affecting the Kraken.
Ooh.
The details are hidden from me. However, in the futures in which this happens, you must pass the tests of Bloodbeard Brandy. You must retrieve his crown, and you must locate the last remaining piece of the Charlotte's Revenge.
Right.
Okay. Fucking Pirate King. That's my favourite one thus far.
Yeah. I like this one. This one.
I didn't know there was
this one will out.
a piece left of it. Alright.
And you can see that her clones are flickering now, and the world begins flickering around you, becoming strange and amorphous in places. The last figure that I see is shrouded in mystery. I can see the man himself, but everything around him, the events, the others involved in this timeline, are shrouded or cloaked or confusing. I can see where this journey begins and the timelines, and in the timelines where you come out alive, I can see some of how it ends. I warn you, this is one of the most unlikely sets of timelines. However, the fifth ally that you could, the fifth most powerful ally you can recruit to your cause, is the most dangerous halfling alive at this moment.
Oh my god, no way.
Gumdrop Tackleberry.
What?
What? Okay.
Okay, now I've changed my mind. That's my fucking favourite one. What the fuck?
Multiple members of this conspiracy are permanently hidden from my vision. Somehow, in recruiting Gumdrop Tackleberry, this will bring you into contact or conflict, the details of which are not clear to me, with the greatest halfling adventurer alive, and the greatest halfling thief alive, and end with you in the possession of an artifact that somehow will counter one of the Kraken's most powerful abilities.
Right.
I literally cannot see how any of this unfolds, or even what the artifact is, or exactly how it works. The timeline is astonishingly unlikely, but that is where it ends. She lets go of the daisy chain of figures, and with a flash, the world returns again to the blank, sort of white slate.
I'm sorry. A fucking Gummy from the bar.
Gummy?
It's the most dangerous halfling alive.
Or knows at least the most dangerous halfling alive.
No, I think you said he is the most dangerous halfling alive.
She blinks. You can see that her eyes are still glowing, but less intensely. From what I remember of that sight, Gumdrop Tackleberry has directly or indirectly killed thousands. He is the most capable... It remains the most capable killer and assassin in halfling history that is currently alive.
Okay.
He is presently retired.
So we've got to ask him to come out of retirement.
Okay, Corzin is absolutely speechless at this. Like,
I feel like you can picture the expressions. Yeah.
It's like, I had drinks with this man. We were talking about Norrit.
He gave us a wardrop.
I mean, you said that he was connected to the greatest halfling adventurer. Is that Norrit?
Oh, it must have.
Is it Norrit?
Gotta be fucking Norrit. If it's not Norrit, I'm gonna piss.
Please let it be Norrit.
I want to be Norrit so bad.
Gummy and Norrit turn out to be the greatest halfling adventurer and the greatest halfling assassin ever, because that's a great pair.
It is. Well, we've got the most dangerous, the best thief, and the best adventurer. If I got that right, love, is that
the greatest halfling adventurer alive, the greatest halfling thief alive, and the most dangerous halfling alive.
Corzin has just sort of blue screen of death for a brief moment.
Just cannot.
How many people is that? Is that one person or two people or three? There's three things. Is that three people?
I think the wording was you'll meet those other two, as far as I remember.
Okay, so there's three people.
I think
somehow bring you into contact or conflict.
Yes, with those other two.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I want it to be Norrit so badly.
Yeah, I know. That would be amazing.
What?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, but out of character, you've done the fucking silken sail again. You've got us. You've fucking got us all again. Oh, I'm just doing a stupid thing. I'm not relevant to the story. I'm so proud of you. Because every fucking time you do enough stupid NPCs that don't mean anything, that when one of them does, we're not prepared, like at all.
I mean, at least it wasn't Wilbur Williker.
We don't know that. We don't know.
Well,
oh my god, he's a halfling.
You know that Walter Wilbur Williker Orbital is not the most dangerous halfling alive.
No.
You now know that.
That's fair.
Could be the greatest thing.
The greatest thing.
He stole
Imagine.
our hearts.
He did. And a lot of our money, honestly.
An utterly frivolous question I had for the future was, does Wilbur Williker Warbletittle's wieners, transcend the solar system?
You cannot. She could not tell you.
Does he run an interplanetary campaign at any point? Yeah.
As it turns out, she can't see off the planet, so
At least not far enough off to get to another planet.
no.
Fair enough.
She ain't getting out the solar system.
I'm sorry, you've fucking thrown me with Gummy. I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah.
I'll get back in character in a minute, I promise, but I just plot.
Convenient that they're both seemingly located in Porto Homicidio, though.
That is cool.
At least last time we
If we get you there,
saw him.
not headless anyway. But anyway.
We can get there easy.
Cassandra exhales. It is time for you to proceed onwards.
Right.
However,
So I suppose we could have a little nap.
this
Have we had a little nap recently? I've lost track.
Not recently
I
enough.
don't know, though interestingly tides do appear to be active.
Yeah, I've used a few
fuck.
things, but not everything.
To which she says, I am afraid not. I must use all the time I have to make predictions. Things will come into existence as I do so.
Right, fair enough.
I have shielded you from the dangers that manifestation can bring, to answer this question.
Thank you.
But I require my full attention to see as accurately as I can in the time I have remaining. I have, however, a warning for you, Celestia.
Me specifically?
You are hidden from my sight in all futures until you die, or until your invisibility is taken from you. Your invisibility, I can see from the time before you received it, was given to you by blood magic, as it was termed to you. It is a rare and esoteric form of magic. There are futures in which the power to change, for want of a better word, blood, can be achieved without magic, and with it. But in the world as it is now, it is extremely rare. But what was given to you by blood magic can be taken by one who knows blood magic. In the scenarios in which I can see you in the future, that do not simply begin with your death, your timeline begins with the power being broken. A handful of individuals are capable of doing this. Fey princes, like the one who wrought this power upon you. Hags. But in most of the futures in which I see this happen, it is the Kraken who unmakes this protection upon you.
How?
She must be close enough to see you with her own eye.
Not in a vision.
Be wary. She sees all things. All things at once. When you draw her attention and keep it, it makes it easier for her to find you. For as long as you bear the eye, you cannot hide from her sight. Every time you use it, she could see you, even bypassing the protection of blood magic. The more you draw her attention, the more likely she will notice you, and the more she will look out for you in future. I cannot tell, but I suspect that in the futures in which she sees you, and you have not come to kill her, she has found your location and come for you. Or you have been brought to her.
Right. So she can see me when I use the eye, but not at other times currently.
She could see you, but I suspect she could see you even at other times, but her focus is divided always amongst time.
It'd be like trying to find a specific tree in a massive forest.
When you use the eye, you are using her sight. You necessarily are drawn closer to the forefront of her attention.
Okay.
Confirmation of something we'd suspected.
Different though.
Yes.
Thank you for the warning.
Go.
I expect I'll need it.
In peace and fortune. Seek unlikely futures. Save civilization. The doors opens, and you see a blinding light from beyond.
And the best good fortune to you.
As
Fairseas.
she's already stopped paying attention to you, her eyes drifting into things you cannot see. But as the four of you, plus Jeffrey and Marjorie, exchange glances and float into the doorway, and as the light flares up, you find yourself in the sanctum of the next sorcerer After these, no doubt important messages.
Is that destiny calling, or do you have the wrong number? Linear time is a hell of a concept, which is why you need Cassandra's prognostication services. We'll answer all the tough questions about pasts, presents, futures, and possibly nevers. Want to know about destiny and free will, or whether your plans are doomed to succeed or fail? Cassandra's prognostication services. You better pick up the phone, because we called it.
And welcome back. The light of stepping through the door fills your experience for a moment. And as it fades, you find yourselves in a fairly... I wouldn't say familiar, although the familiar chamber, but rather a chamber of a somewhat familiar style of architecture. You appear, rather than some of the very high concept places you've come into of late, you find yourselves standing on the edge of a, for want of a better word, it almost feels a bit like a cathedral in structure. Tall, arching, arched Gothic pillars and archways supporting a roof through which some light is filtering through stained glass windows, and generally built as Gothic styles go, it's vaguely Northern Jovan in feel. It could be Meadmere-ish. It's got some resemblance to maybe the northern end of Brighthall. You've seen Corzin. One of the closest examples, actually, of the style of architecture would be the burned out fortress in Werrick's Watch, as that kind of dates back to this sort of 12th century-esque time period. Though this, rather than being a burnt and semi-malted husk, this cathedral appears to be intact and, if not new, then not so much bearing the wear and tear of time. It does have, for want of a better word, 4 doorways of note. At the far end of the cathedral, where you would find an altar, you can see there is a door, just a plain double door set into a golden archway, quite reminiscent of the doors that you have used to get between different locations, between the different wings of the Cirrus Citadel up to this point. Looking around behind you, you can see that there are 3 black doorways set into the rear wall and the side walls of the sort of nave of this cathedral. There are, while the structure is cathedral-like, there are not, there aren't really pews here. You can see that there are decorative statues and tables in places, or rather less statues and more like friezes or bas-reliefs on the wall. But the place is, if you were to have a congregation here, they would be standing. Aside from the 4 of you plus pets, though, you can only see one figure that is visible in the space. Stood in front of the door.
Which door?
Stood in front of the door with the golden archway, which, for the sake of argument, we're going to say is a full 120 feet away.
Gee.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say tall. That would be a
So
bit
the black door is behind us.
Yes, so you have so directly. I'm going to say that you've appeared. You've kind of appeared like in the middle of this atrium, of almost like a little atrium area, and directly behind you is one of the ordinary black doors, and then to your left is another black door. To your right is the third of these ordinary-looking black doors, each of which is set into a little stone archway with solid stone walls around them. And then at the far end, 120 feet away, is a final door, which, following the theme, is also black, but is set into a golden archway. So this one is clearly distinct from the others. And stood directly in front of that doorway is a figure garbed, as far as you can tell, head to toe in black armour, wearing a full face visor.
Ooh. By the way, I'm just about to put a little sketch in the chat of what Jason has described because
okay, thank you,
it
appreciate
helps
it.
My brain.
So yes, you can see the figure in the distance is garbed head to toe in black, in sort of, or at least dark armor. Certainly a black or charcoal, kind of dark charcoal grey helmet. And is wearing a fur-lined black cloak, and has their hands resting on a fairly... I mean, really, for want of a better word, I'm going to say like I suppose a bastard sword would be the word, although that's not really historically accurate.
I don't really know what that means.
Yeah, it's the point is that it's
means
quite.
It's a dick.
That sword's a real prick.
Hand and a half sword.
Yeah. So imagine something in between, like your regular sort of broadsword, which is about the size of like.
I was going to say, you're going to have to help me with sizes. Okay, cool, yep.
And something like a claymore, which would go up to where the hilt would be like closer to like almost your shoulder.
It's a very large sword.
Yeah, so it's like it's not absolutely massive.
It's like nipple height.
Yeah,
Cool.
Or like kind of a little below the nipple.
Cool. A nip height sword. Yeah.
So it's good. It's quite long, but it's not long enough that you can see this figure probably like could wield it.
It's not a great sword, which would be like as tall as a human man.
It could wield this sword one-handed. Might need to wield it two-handed.
But it would be choice rather than necessity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The figure makes no move at all upon your arrival.
Okay, Corzin is immediately going to say, "Oh, hang on, I've heard about this. It's shites in knighting armour."
What?
Yeah. What?
The fuck?
Is this not a sort of situation where you have to like challenge them to a duel in order to pass through the right door or something?
I think we should probably say hello first and see what it does.
I wave.
Yeah, no,
Hello!
obviously.
I'm just gonna wave.
You wave, you shout. Victory joins in. Hi. The Black Knight does not respond.
Rude.
Right.
Is there any religious iconography of any kind around here?
Ooh, that is a good question. You know what? Roll a religion check.
Okay. Well, that's going to be a 7.
Wow. A whole 7 all to yourself.
Yeah, lucky 7.
There is a distinct lack of any of the iconography of the Regent. It is similar. It's quite similar in style to in architecture to a Gothic Regency cathedral, but you are not seeing the familiar crown, sigil, or other iconography of the Regent anywhere.
All right, good to know.
Are you alive or are you a statue?
The knight
Or
does
something in
not
between.
respond.
It's worth asking. Might be all getting het up over nothing, mightn't we?
Oh, maybe he can't hear. Well, they can't hear us. Should we?
Why have we not
be
thought of
louder
that?
or-
Yes.
Is the armour moving in such a manner that suggests that there's a person inside breathing?
Ooh, roll a medicine check, please.
Okay.
Ooh.
Oh god. Okay, that's a 10.
They're
Oh,
too
you're
far
rolling
away to
great
really
tonight.
tell.
Yeah, no,
If we get
I'll be keeping an eye out for that, but yeah.
a little bit nearer, I could have a little pokey poke and see if they're thinking anything.
I could just try sending a message as well, see if they.
That's much
Yeah,
less
makes
invasive.
sense.
Why don't we do that?
Hello, anyone home?
I'll
Okay.
send a message.
Send a message. They do not respond.
Rude.
Okay, we've got to get a bit closer and see if this is a person or a
We
statue,
do- we
right?
do.
Yeah, I'm
I mean,
I'm gonna start walking slowly
I
towards it.
just want to throw something, and that's really mean and rude.
If they are a
So
person,
probably
that's
shouldn't.
super mean.
Yeah, if you just like throw a rock at them.
I mean, there might be like asleep or something.
There's no one else in here, is there?
Oh, what?
Well, I'm right. Like there's not any like any other people in here, but they like sleeping on your feet. That's real hard. Like horses.
Unless
do
they're
that.
leaning on that
I
sword.
mean,
That's
I don't
not.
know. They could be like, oh, what are they? Those things. Will you get them on the
Horses.
surface? Nope. Yes, they also sleep
Horses.
standing, but that's not what I'm going for. The ones with the big old necks. What are they?
Still horses.
Horses.
Right? Are they horse? Are they all horses?
No, hang on,
Everything's a
you're
horse if
thinking
you
big
look
necks.
hard
Are you
enough.
thinking giraffes?
Yes, big necks,
I've heard
splodges.
about them, yeah.
Yeah,
those
yeah,
are
no, that's
real.
giraffe.
I know
Are they real?
Fucking
Different animal.
surface animals. Look at me go.
Are they real?
Yeah, apparently.
I've never seen one. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think they're real. I think they're a myth.
I don't know. Leah did a picture of one once. I thought she was lying, and then somebody said they were real.
No, I've heard about this. What was the there's a how do they describe it? So like, it's got like the head and neck of a snake, the body of a leopard, like the haunches of a lion, and the feet of a hart.
That's entirely too many
Like a
animals.
deer.
Yeah, like a
Or
deer.
like a lump of flesh. What beats?
No, like a deer.
Like a deer.
Yeah,
Like a
yeah.
deer. Okay.
Like,
That's
on account of your internal organs
you
don't usually have
Say
feet.
that again for absolutely no reason, Victory,
Yeah.
because Celestia doesn't draw. So
Yeah, so it's like that's what I heard. They said it had like it's one of those things from Haldanos. It's got like the head and neck of a snake,
yeah.
the body
Yes.
of a leopard, the haunches of a lion, and the feet of a hart.
Right.
Is the word I had it. Where I had it.
Sounds like a rather mixed up creature.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
one
someone
would
went-
think it was terrifying unless somebody did an adorable drawing of it in their D&D notebooks. So.
I heard a story about someone like questing out to try and find this sort of beast, but yeah, apparently that's a giraffe.
That's a giraffe. Okay.
Yeah.
sounds awful.
Did I nail
it was
this
a
drawing though?
Are
Just
you a
saying.
giraffe?
I'm going to send
Are you
you.
a giraffe?
I'm going to send you the creature.
But not a giraffe.
In the chat. It's
the
very
Black
important.
Knight does not respond to your question of whether or not they are a giraffe.
I wouldn't respond either if I was them.
Shall I try and polymorph them into a giraffe?
No,
Best not.
that
No,
might be
it's really
considered an
rude.
act
We
of
don't know what
violence.
the heck's going on here.
This could be a test. I think
Oh, right.
we've got to get closer.
I feel at this point we should be putting bets on which one this is. At this point.
I'm going to start walking closer.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Well, the looks of it so far, it's the sorcerer of big holes and armor.
Okay. So you start walking closer. When you get to say about 80 feet to walk, you're about 80 feet from the door. With it's a moment where you almost blink and miss it, but the knight suddenly has one hand on the sword and one hand raised up, palm raised up and stretched out, sort of gauntleted palm, stretched up in a sort of no, or like a or a stop type gesture.
Halt.
Yeah,
do you,
halt.
Okay, yeah.
Do you want us to stay here?
The night again. It's like almost. It's like they almost flicker for a moment, and you see that they are pointing. With actually, I'm going to say that they have their sort of hand outstretched for a moment, held in place, and it takes you a moment to realise that they're actually sort of pointing with 3 of their fingers behind you to the doors.
Like you would
Want
say,
to go
look
through
over
the
there.
other doors? Should we go look at the
Sorry,
other doors
Bob's-
first then?
Could you say that again?
So do we need to go look at the other doors first? Is that what it's implying?
I think so.
The figure does not elaborate, but retains this gesture.
I mean, that looks like what they're implying.
Can't hurt, I suppose.
I mean, I'm
that's not true.
Really
it could
not
definitely hurt. It can hurt real bad.
but also, I don't know, everything else we've done here has had a sort of progression to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it feels like we're
Yeah,
cheating
like
if
there's
we
been
just
a-
skip to the end.
A point to everything.
And I don't know, I'm getting an instinct that going in, all guns blazing might not be our best play here, if I'm honest.
Nah. And like Corzin said, this looks all like, we have to complete a challenge for a thing.
Yeah.
So let's.
Alright.
I mean,
let's
yeah,
have a
that's
look-see.
that's definitely one way of it. Or
Well,
they're kind of weird, and maybe we should just go up and get a closer look.
I mean, we could, but we could also end up getting real dead doing that.
Look, I'm just going to go up there and ask this person some questions. Victory starts walking over towards the far end.
Okay,
Hey.
I'm gonna take a step back.
Same. Yeah, I'm going to leave her to that.
Okay, listen, I appreciate the weird gesturing, but is there any about the moment the Victory steps halfway, like across the halfway point of the hall, there is a momentary flicker. You see almost like the Black Knight, for a fraction of a second, seems to vanish, and there is a black blur directly in front of Victory for maybe a third of a second, before suddenly Victory flies backwards and lands on her back.
Ow. Ooh,
I'm amazed that's not me. I'm so impressed with myself that wasn't me. Are
Look
you
at
all
that
right?
Judging
impulse
from
control.
I will
the
go over to help her.
rapidly growing series of bruises appearing
owie.
all over her body, it looks like she has the look of someone who's possibly been punched or kicked repeatedly.
would you like a little ding-a-ling on the
that's
xylophone
nasty.
healing there, darling?
Yeah, that might be a good call.
Ding. I'll give her. I mean, do you want me to roll hit
I'll
points
roll
for
them,
her,
don't
or
worry.
do you want to abstract? Yeah.
The you look back up, and the Black Knight is in exactly the same position they were before, hands still gestured out in the behind you gesture.
Yeah, I think there's an order of things we have to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go have a look at these doors then. Let's pick a door.
Which one's it gesturing at?
It's gesturing kind of vaguely in the direction of all 3. So
Okay.
your options are essentially left, right, or middle.
How are we feeling, folks? Anybody got any preferences?
Let's draw the starboard one.
Cracking. Let's do that.
Which way are we facing when we decide that?
I think we
This is why I said starboard, not left and right, because we
Yeah.
turned around
We
and
were-
it threw us.
facing the night with a door behind us.
Basically,
The
now
black
that
door
you have
behind
turned
us.
around and are looking, like, if we fondly imagine... Alright, for the sake of convenience, let's fondly imagine that the golden archway is north.
Cool. I'm gonna put these on my diagram and
Yeah.
resend them because then we can all use the same words.
Yeah. So we're going to fondly imagine that north is the Golden Archway, in which case your options, you need to pick whether you want to go through east, south, west, or Dennis.
Right. Okay. Cool.
Dennis!
Always go Dennis.
I figure like we have to now. Yeah. That's.
I want to go
that's
Dennis.
definitely what we're gonna do.
You look
Yeah.
around.
Always go Dennis.
Okay, you look around, and Dennis is...
Terrible picture of this diagram I've just taken. Right, there we go.
Dennis, as far as you can see, is presumably one of the numerous figures on the bas-relief along one wall. In fact, there's bas-reliefs on both walls. Scamp, you pick a figure at random, and decide that one is Dennis. Dennis appears
Dennis.
to be in the midst of fighting some sort of battle.
Yes, Dennis.
Oh,
Get him.
good job, Dennis.
And along with a number of other soldiers. The bas-relief in question seems to depict some sort of epic struggle between figures garbed in sort of armour with shields and swords or maces, as well as just like foot soldiers with spears and actually, no, it would be a mixture of armoured figures on foot and armoured figures on horseback. You can see that sculpted into the bas-relief behind them there are like god rays coming down. There's a very strong theme of light and sunlight and so on one side, and on the other side you see them fighting what appear to be almost a sort of textbook horde. The figures on the other side appear to be much more shabbily dressed. They are wielding spears and pitchforks. Many of them are horned. They seem to be accompanied by skeletons and bedraggled figures. It is not clear in this moment of the bas-relief who is winning, merely that a great battle is being fought.
So horned figures and skeletons.
Horns-figured skeletons,
against
dragged figures versus some sort of army on with heavy armor, shields, some of which are on horseback. Almost none of the side that has the background with like clouds and darkness versus shining light have. They all appear the dark side, as it were, all appear to be infantry. And spears, pitchforks. Some of them were wielding hammers. There's only one figure at the back who is mounted on this side, and you see that they are, and they appear to be and they do appear to be wearing a full face visor. And a cloak, and a fur-lined cloak.
Do they look a bit like the Black Knight?
They look quite like the Black Knight. But although...
Which side is Dennis fighting for? It's very important.
Scamp, you tell me. You're the one whose eye has picked out Dennis.
Watch him make Dennis plot significant. He's given me a vibe, you know? We've all got trust issues after Gummy.
I think Dennis might be in the horde.
Yeah.
I feel like the others haven't got very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, for one thing, a lot of the knights, are also wearing face-concealing
that's the thing. You can't see them.
Yeah. Whereas Dennis, you pick out looking kind of like... Well, I mean, especially for you, including the horns, like a guy holding a pitchfork.
He's just a little guy.
Yeah,
Just a guy.
like fighting
It's just this guy.
like fighting furiously in what appears to be, surrounded by, this strange army. So Dennis, seems to be. Actually, this is a fair point. Now that you look at it, I'm going to say this is anyone who wants to can make an insight check, or I guess like a sculpture or
Happily.
art check. I don't know how you do that.
Insight.
If you have any sculpting or art based proficiency.
21?
Insight was that
16.
10.
Okay, Scamp and Corzin. Well, I say, Celestia. Everyone here is fighting. They look pretty fucking angry. You can kind of see that whoever sculpted this relief thought a lot about the faces that you can see in the fight. And while the Dance Macabre-esque skeletons are just skeletons, you can see that that the living figures on either side are fighting with a sort of furious passion. But the knights seem to be... There's a sort of burning hatred in their eyes. Whereas the bedraggled horde have been sculpted with more of a look of fierce defiance.
Huh.
Hello.
Well, this is definitely not commemorating St. Leroy of Jenkins.
Yeah, no, there's too many people for that. You wouldn't have all this backup if that was the case.
So it'd be on his own, everyone knows that.
Yeah.
That well-known childhood story.
That well-known historical figure.
historical figure.
Canonically. Historical, I'm kidding. Is there like a story in the rest of these panels? Like legitimately,
Yeah.
like is this a series of pictures that is telling a story, or is it just like one picture?
There is a series of pictures actually telling a story. Let's say that. Okay, Dennis is actually at the very far end, I'm going to say.
Okay.
So the Dennis battle.
The Battle of Dennis.
The Battle of Dennis.
Battle of Dennis.
Bas relief is one of a pair of a series of sculptured reliefs either side of the, for want of a better word, south door. I'm going to say it's on, for the sake of argument, the right-hand side of it. On the left-hand side, there is a similar picture. There's a similar bas relief, but instead it seems to depict the army's gathering or mustering. You can see that there is. You can see that in one sort of divide of this. It's two parts. Would be a diptych. There is a figure. There are actually two figures wearing full face visors. One is gathering around them these heavily armoured figures, drawing them from what appear to be churches or monasteries. As behind them, you can see there is kind of depicted a rising sun. On the other side, you can see the full-face visored sort of Black Knight figure seems to be with one hand turning and addressing or gathering support from figures, the sort of bedraggled-looking figures, some of whom have horns, some of whom don't, who appear to be generally sort of humanoid in nature. They seem to be picking up tools from farms or workplaces. To the other, you can see the figure is gesturing with a hand, and bodies are rising from the earth, or skeletons are sort of coming together and becoming assembled. You can kind of pursue... There are more elements to this story. If you go left, you can look around at the ones around the eastern door. If you go right, you can look at the ones around the western door. You seem to have come, as it were, in the middle. Dennis has drawn your eye to the middle of this tale.
I mean, my instinct would be to go in reading order. At least in the
Yeah,
reading
that was
order
my
that
instinct
we're
too.
used to, like having
Yeah.
read stuff in like Joven and stuff, like left to right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so starting on the left then, you journey around, and you can see that there is bas-reliefs here that depict figures. Essentially, it's a complex series of scenes. Many of them, most of them are of rural life in one way or another. Figures living in working fields or mining, performing various acts of back-breaking labour. You actually see Dennis here as well. Dennis has made a reappearance.
What's Dennis doing?
Sorry?
What's Dennis doing?
Dennis
What's
is
Dennis's
doing back-breaking work in a mine initially.
Oh, Dennis.
But you can see that these figures are labouring largely under the watch in bright sunlit fields under the watchful eye of mounted figures. And as you kind of you reach out, you kind of yeah, I'm going to say sort of just on an instinct, you reach out and place a hand against the stone, and you hear a voice.
Oh.
Where I was born, there was no way to climb. There seemed to be no future. We
Dennis?
labored, trapped forever in our place, tied to the land. We were needed but despised by those who called themselves our betters. I learned in those days that if you wanted power, you should abase yourself, bow low, and hope that those on top might throw you scraps. I saw time and time again that if you wanted to make yourself useful to, in those days, the boyars, your best route was to inform, to betray. Such is the act of cowards, those without honor. But with no chance, no opportunity to change how we lived. It seemed that honor was nothing more than the act of a fool. But Sometimes we find power that we did not wheedle for, that we had to betray no one for. And when they realize what you have, you are at risk. The next bas-relief you can see depicts a figure, and I'm going to say it's Dennis, stumbling upon a bag of coins. And then in the next panel, almost sort of in a comic style fashion, having the shit kicked out of him by one of the mounted figures, while another takes the money.
Tough break there.
Touch it.
Dennis.
The voice
I want to touch
continues.
Dennis.
I assume we all hear the voice.
Yeah,
when
you were
somebody
all
touches
hearing it.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
out loud.
That's the kind of vibe I got, but
Yeah.
I learned early on that if you are blessed by fortune, others will try to take it from you. If they cannot take it from you, they will try to control you. And if they cannot control you, they will try to destroy you. But force of arm, others would ask, if your situation is so bad, why do you not rise up? And we did. The next panel you can see has a rabble of figures picking up pitchforks and hammers in much the same way as the middle forces, and then the panel after that is a series of bodies trodden over by departing figures on horseback.
I feel like we go along and touch each one at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
This
I
brings
don't
you
think anyone's
to
not doing
the
that.
first of the doors, which you realise is actually just a solid block of black stone set into a doorway.
Huh.
How do you move what cannot be moved? How do you overcome a door that will never open? You can carry on from here as well. if
I
you
mean, I
want.
feel like I want to overcome this door.
Yeah, I mean, do we want to hear the whole story first, or do we want
Riddle's
to...
probably best, but
I don't know. I feel like we might not get the whole story unless we go through the door as we get to a door. Feels like we won't get the whole meaning, or we won't get the whole bits, or...
Maybe we should try it.
worth it.
I mean, I could probably open this.
I mean, you can do your stone thing.
Unless
can't
it's
you?
could.
unless it's
Alright.
real deep. I'll give it a go.
Okay.
Try it.
And
Let's
let's
try.
make ourselves a door.
So, tell me exactly what you do, please.
I'm going to cast Stone Shape and go, you can't, you go through, you can't, if you find a thing you can't move, you go through it. Right?
Okay. And you
Yeah.
touch the door. All right.
Yeah.
You feel the magic guided by friends' influence pass through you in that familiar sort of way as you call upon your inner well. You can feel it take for a moment. The door briefly almost seems to shudder, and then nothing.
Right, well, not by usual means.
This
You
didn't feel
tear
like
it
'cause
down,
was
you
too
break it
thick or
down.
something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
we'll go around it somehow, but Is that solid
What?
stone? I'd like to see the hinges on that.
Could you word the end of that sentence again, please, Mr. DM?
Yeah.
Yes. How do you... when the door cannot be... slightly paraphrasing here. when the door cannot be opened, how do you get through How do you get through a door that cannot be opened? How do you pass beyond an immovable object?
Okay.
You teleport.
That's true.
Yeah, but
Teleport
if
or
it's just
tear
solid
it
rock
down are
behind
my
it.
best options right now.
If it's solid rock behind that, teleporting into it is gonna hurt.
That's unsafe, yeah.
We don't know there's a room behind
I
it.
could, genuinely though, I've got Thunderwave. I could try smashing it, see if that does anything.
I will say, by the way, to answer Corzin's question, this has no hinges. It literally is just a solid slab of black rock set into the stone
tried to give
archway
it
around
some.
it.
It didn't want them.
I could have a shout at it.
We could do. Does that work on like really heavy things? Is there any sort of limit to
I
it?
mean, I've smashed a door before. It's not easy, but if it worked a bit, it would tell us that we were on the right track.
I suppose if it
That's
moves
true.
at all, yeah.
Yeah, like if it cracked even slightly, that'd be something.
Well, if you can crack it, I can possibly put some explosives in there.
Yeah, maybe just for like an experiment, we do a little one and see if it does anything.
Yeah, try it.
So, yeah, sorry, I'm looking for Thunderwave.
That's all right.
Oh, you might want to like stand back a bit.
Yeah,
Don't get
that's-
knocked over.
Victory has already stood back.
Yeah, I'm not going to do a massive one because I don't want to waste anything enormous.
No, just
Celestia
it's
just
more about moving it, isn't it?
yeah, or
pushing
smashing
things.
it. But genuinely, the way to get through a door that you can't get through might be break it down. In this story, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I feel like there's going to be something smarter than just hitting it.
But
'Cause
it
that's
might
a big
be.
bit of rock.
But you know, let's
Yeah.
try the stupid stuff.
Well, that's why this one's a pushing one. Yours does pushing too, which is why it might work.
It does.
We're getting it.
So Celestia just kind of like very politely looks around 1 second and then breathes in and just goes and just shouts. And you can picture the kind of that like ricochets around the cathedral as a big echo.
I'm almost imagining the scene from David Lynch's Dune where there's the big rock and they're like, cut it, punch it,
Shouts
shout
at it, yes.
yell at it.
Doing the
Break!
Dune yelling at a rock.
Roll damage, please.
Yes. So that is D8 I'm wanting, isn't it? I mean, we don't know if it actually gets damage or not, like, but I'll roll it. It's not a big spell, I do warn you all.
It's literally more about
That is 10.
Okay, 10.
I was actually also thinking that time that little Corzin and Molly were trapped behind rocks and I smashed them.
That's
and
true,
that's
yeah.
where my head was at when I thought about this.
Okay.
Because it does do damage to objects as well. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
As your voice sort of echoes around the thundering around the cathedral, the door itself is completely unaffected in any way. However, I will say that you do see a little bit of stone dust sort of shake off the archway and the bas-reliefs around it.
But the actual door.
Yeah, the door actually appears completely unaffected. In fact, I'm actually going to retcon what I said before, Scamp. It doesn't even like shudder when you did the magic to it before. It just seems complete. You feel the magic go, but it's completely unaffected in any way. As if nothing can... it just doesn't seem to respond to any force.
Oh, the failed experiment, but I felt like we had to try,
Yeah.
right?
No,
How about
good
we
idea.
make it really, really cold and then kick it. Well, not kick it, you know what I mean? Because things break when they're really, really cold sometimes.
Corzin's
What if-
just gonna try pushing against it ever so slightly.
Okay. Corzin.
Yep.
You push against it. It does not move in the slightest. It is not as cold as you would expect for stone. It feels almost decidedly room temperature. Like, maybe it's because, like, and very smooth, almost like, kind of almost glass-like in its smoothness.
Okay.
I'd like to have a feel around that general area and see if there are any hidden doors with the sort of, if you can't
Good
go through
idea.
a door that isn't a door, maybe you have to find a way around kind of sentiment.
Roll an investigation check, please.
That's actually decent. I think 22.
Interestingly, then, I would say, searching around, you do not detect any sort of secret passage or hidden triggers or anything. You do notice that the archway around the door does actually now have some very fine, fractures and cracks from when you thunderwaved it.
Oh, I feel a bit bad. Oh dear.
Well, we had to eliminate possibilities, didn't we?
Yeah, I just feel a bit bad about the
Break
nice
the doorway
architecture.
instead. I mean, if there's cracks, we can make them bigger. And then squeeze past.
That's true. I also have another thought.
Maybe
Should
we
we
ask
listen?
nicely.
I think that would be against the sentiment of the
don't-
story. But
It really
on that
doesn't fit, does
note,
it?
I do have a thought. What if we listen to the next bit of the story and see if we get any ideas from it?
Okay, yeah,
Right.
sure.
Just in case, it gives us a different
Yeah,
way
no
of
problem.
looking at it.
Fair idea.
Okay.
So,
We
hand
move
on.
along to the next bit of the bas relief after that. Place a hand on it. You can see that this this next section, it seems like the story has skipped ahead somewhat.
Okay.
And you can see a figure hidden. You can see. Actually, I'm going to say, Dennis seems to be moving through. Seems to be in areas that are not well lit and bright as before. But now seems to be walking under clouded or nighttime skies throughout this whole sequence. You see Dennis either traveling over hills and going into some sort of walking through deep forest, and in places traveling underground. The voice speaks. After my revelations, I realized I could not stay. I traveled to search more of what I could of my homeland. For though I met more of my people, learned how things were the same both near and far, and began to discern more of the power within me. And I heard of a place of great danger. And there I thought, danger perhaps could be the source of strength. And you see in the next bas relief, Dennis is walking beneath through past the trees and beneath a tall and familiar obelisk with an eye carved into it, and celestial sort of spiral type writing etched in that you recognise from your trip, from your own journey through the great forest of Midmere.
Right, I think the next bit of the story is behind this door, isn't it?
And yes, you can see that this then leads to another door. The middle door, the south door, is black, but is made of fine dark wood and has a handle. Just an ordinary brass handle.
I mean, maybe...
And then on the other side of that, I'm going to say actually slightly retconning what I said before we get is the battle scenes that you saw.
Cool. I mean, actually, Corzin, you said you find a way around, and that archway has cracked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we try cracking it further?
Maybe we should.
All right. Corzin is going to root around inside of his pack and pull out his 2 remaining bombs. Are they big enough that they could be forced into like a part of the crack?
You would need to widen those cracks to try and fit them in. These are like tiny cracks at this point because you weren't really targeting the archway. It's more like spillover.
A combination of frostbite and firebolt, like alternately, to go hot cold and see if we can break apart the rock a bit.
Sure. This is something where you are under no time pressure. So over the next several minutes, like.
Michael Adore,
And
a hard
there,
day.
yeah, there seems to be nothing rushing you here. The Black Knight has returned to just standing, like hands rested on there.
You don't mind, do
This is a
you?
reasonably
Good,
chill
no,
space.
stay that way.
Yeah. And so you take several minutes of repeated freeze, Eldritch Blast, freeze, Eldritch Blast to just crack open. To widen a crack until it's like you've got a good solid hole that you can get one of the bombs into.
Right.
Go
Okay.
Corzin, shove it in.
Right.
Yeah, shove it in, Corzin.
Nice
I
enough.
plug the bomb as best
Shove it right up
I
in
can, and
Give it a wiggle, just in case.
so you don't want to jostle this too much.
No, we wouldn't want it jostled, would we?
All right. No, I'm going to step well back.
Yeah, me too.
I fully intend to keep the same number of fingers if it's all the same to
I
you.
mean, if you don't want to light it nearby, I can light it for you from far away.
Safety
do
first.
that.
All right.
If we've got an option.
I will place them strategically at points where I think it will create the largest widening of the cracks and then withdraw.
I will
at a safe
literally
distance.
light them with prestidigitation once everyone's
you light
far
them
away enough.
After a short
Yeah.
there's a loud crack and a billowing of smoke and dust as you blast open the hole a little. It does create, well, like a reasonably largish hole. Not so large that Celestia can like walk through it, but rather a narrowish hole that Corzin could just about squeeze through. But you can see that there is some sort of chamber behind.
Oh, we got something.
Okay,
All right.
cool. How many of us can fit through that hole? Can anyone
I'll
else?
have a
Or is
peek.
it just going to be Corzin?
Okay. Corzin is the only one who could actually climb through. It's quite a small, like it's not a big hole. Like even
I'd have a
with
Winnie the Pooh moment.
Yeah.
these are 18th century black powder grenades. They're not as potent as.
Oh, fair,
Yeah.
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 Oh, none of us are questioning.
Oh,
Don't
yeah.
worry. Yeah.
But you with the hole cracked in, you are able to definitely peer through once the smoke clears. You can see that there is a small chamber beyond inside, which with your dark vision you can perceive there is a chair or possibly a simple, or like a stone chair or maybe a simple throne. Upon which there is sat a skeletal figure. In fact, just a skeleton. They, after a moment of briefly wondering, you see this a skeletal figure sat around the skeleton's neck, or sort of collarbone.
Spinal cord now, I
draped
guess,
into
right?
it, is what appears to be a silverish chain with some sort of locket or pendant on it. You can also see just about that there are, through the light filtering in now, that there is a couple of bas reliefs on the other side as well.
Like, is it just filtering in through the hole?
Through the hole,
or is
yeah.
it? Right. Okay. Yeah. I think we've got some more things in here. We've got a skeleton, a table, and some more of these reliefs.
The bit of the story we're missing.
Does it need all of us to go in, or could you go in and touch it and we'd be able to hear it?
Well, one way to find out.
We can always. We'll be ready to come in if you need us. I can get in pretty
Actually,
fast now.
Celestia,
I know
can
I'm not going
you
into a wall.
pop a light through this hole?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the interior is now lit with a warm or cool purple light.
Yeah.
What would you choose?
Oh, I'm trying to. I know exactly the purple it is. I'm trying to describe it. More on the cool side.
Yeah.
Like, I want to say like 90s glow sticks purple.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you want it
The
like
cool
like
90s
exactly
glow
what
like
you
stick
mean.
purple
nightclub
light.
lighting purple?
Yeah.
like
Yep.
like that
Gotcha.
sort of
Yes.
that bluey purple
Yeah.
that you get in like that kind of light.
All right.
Okay.
Corzin,
Cool.
can I have
Awful. I love
an acrobatics check, please, to avoid
certainly
when you
can.
put the pooing yourself?
That was the
All
end
right,
of the
that's a
campaign,
dirty
really.
20.
We
Yeah.
can leave Corzin like that.
There's a brief worrying moment, but you managed to slip and slide through.
I'm gonna tell Molly if he gets stuck.
We should have greased him up.
Oh, grim.
The regardless of whether or not Corzin had Corzin had the sort of classical slight dad gut at the start of the campaign. The amount of fucking running around you've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine he has a little bit there,
Yeah.
but it's probably lesser than a lot of other halflings, just simply because I imagine Cousin's a little bit more, not scrawny, but like has a kind of willowy
Yeah.
kind of figure.
You have
Like
to
he'd be
take
like
off.
stocky, like a rugby player. Like
Yeah.
big but not soft.
You have to take
Fly
off
half
some of
rugby player,
of
yeah.
your weapons to
Yep.
fit through, but you do manage to slip through to the other side, and you are able indeed to see bas reliefs on this side as well as the seated skeleton with the amulet. Which actually, now that you look at it, is how you get those lovers lockets, which are like two halves of a heart, and you put them together.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that, but only a third, and it's not really.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not really a heart so much as like an onyx, as like a sort of smooth onyx stone that appears to be
Right.
broken into a third.
Okay, fine. Just quickly double checking. There's no other entrance or exit apparent in here, is there?
Actually, now that you are on the inside, you can see that built into the wall that you are in, there is. You can now see that the outline of a doorway with a sort of simple sort of leverage type mechanism to open it outwards. However, a quick examination indicates that this actually could only be operated from the inside.
Right, that makes sense.
This escape is clearly intended as a way to get out of this skeleton's adorable, tiny little tomb, rather than a way.
Right.
Adorable little tomb.
Adorable little skeleton too. Well, it is
skeleton
It's an
It's
emergency
adorable
exit.
attitude.
It's,
It is adorable now.
Now, yeah, we've made it weird
It's-
now. So, well
it's
done.
the pre-industrial equivalent of like those fire doors
Yeah.
with the bar you press.
So when
Right.
you die, how would you like your tomb to be? I'd like it to be adorable.
Adorable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just been buried with like all his favourite stuffed toys.
Aww, that would be adorable and also really
Okay.
sad. like really, really sad.
Like,
I'm going to.
yeah.
I'm gonna have
Go
the
on.
skeleton now.
I'm going to attempt to operate the door mechanism for the sake of my friends. Here.
Yeah, you're pretty strong, so even though it has been placed a little higher than is entirely comfortable, you are able to shunt the
Definitely built for humans, this place.
mechanism out. Yeah, once you get it out a little bit, the others are able to assist in like pulling it out a bit more, and the whole thing does, in a slightly ungainly manner, come out so that you removing that section of wall so that you can all kind of fit in.
Right, you have...
Yeah.
You have to open it from the inside. I kind of see what he did there, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No idea, have we?
The voice, at least, is
The
the
voice
only
is
thing.
mask.
The
but,
voice
like,
is definitely mask.
Yeah.
That's all you can go for.
But that
Thus
doesn't
far.
mean anything,
Yeah.
really, does it? Yeah.
Alright, so, Corzin, is there, like, any indication of anything on the other side of this?
I'm confused what you're asking.
Like, if he's pushing against the mechanism on the inside, does the wall on the outside move in a previously hidden place, or is it actually the
Or is it just the door to us?
stone bit?
Yeah.
No, it's literally
Right.
you're just pushing out the stone. Like the stone is moved in a way
Right,
that you,
gotcha. Okay,
that
cool,
you can push it out from the inside, but it's actually it would actually be there's no grip or anything for you to pull it out from the outside.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's basically impossible to open except from the inside.
But that's
Weirdly still like fire doors.
But that's the answer to the riddle, isn't it?
You can only
Yeah.
open it from the inside. That kind of makes sense, actually.
Or
right,
by
let's have a look
chipping
at
away
this,
at the edges until you can get round it, which I also
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. Either interpretation kind of works.
Yeah. Let's have a look at
Right,
this
what's
relief
it
then.
here?
The first part of the relief shows Dennis watching from afar as these sort of knightly figures interact with each other, them training in their monasteries, or kind of talking as they ride around. Placing your hand on the bas relief, the voice continues. I realized that the only way to open those doors of power was from the inside, and no one would ever invite me in. I would need to find a way to break into those halls of power and force them to open that door. I knew that it would cost me much, that there would be sacrifices I would need to undertake. And I knew that I would need to keep my growing powers close to my chest. Especially, and in the next bas relief you see a somewhat shocked looking Dennis stood before a trio of skeletal figures. Given the nature of what my powers would be. But I knew that with time and patience and effort and a plan, I could change this part of the world. You reach at the end of that bas relief, you can see Dennis setting out on his journey towards the distant woods.
They got about a bit, this one.
Could I put my hand on the panel? I know that we've already had it, but for continuity, could I put my hand on the next panel again when he's talking about after his revelations?
Yes, and forgive me if the wording is slightly different.
Oh, I know that it's not written down, but just for the sentiment, my brain would love it in order. Yeah.
After my revelation, I set out into the world, seeking to understand my power, seeking more signs and ways to learn about how the world was. I found that my people were treated similarly all around, that people like us were similarly trapped, and I knew that I would need to delve deep and into dark places to find the strength I needed to change things. And actually, you know what? I'm going to say the wording is slightly different this time.
It's okay.
Okay.
The bas relief is the same,
Notable.
but the voice, the choice of words is slightly different.
Okay.
I want to have a look at the skeleton.
Yeah, do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to join the story
Hello.
together in my head.
Yeah, no, good.
Anyone in?
The skeleton is broadly humanoid, but with the distinction that you can see slightly broken off the bony remnants of antler-like protrusions coming out of its skull.
Oh, hello.
Alright. Was
Does
this a
it
teeth?
look like the one in the picture?
Does it look
not
like Dennis?
exactly,
Yeah.
but it doesn't look exactly like Dennis. But
Is Dennis
What were
Tiefling,
the
though?
skeletons in the pictures? 'Cause there were 3 skeletons at one point.
yes, and indeed, one of these skeletons does resemble the antlered skeleton in front of you. In fact,
that's one of
looking
his
at it
three
more carefully, let's see. There is an antlered skeleton. There is a skeleton that just kind of looks like a human skeleton. And then there is a skeleton that is... well, actually, on further examinations, it doesn't appear to be a skeleton at all. It's more like the kind of outline of a humanoid figure recessed behind the other two.
Interesting.
But not like bones,
Is
like the outline of a person.
Yeah, like the outline of a person. But
What's the third one?
so there is horned skeleton, human skeleton, and outline of a person hidden behind the other two in a
you.
way that kind of that you mistook for like another skeletal figure on first glance.
Has this one moved in the slightest since we came in?
No.
No, nobody home still. Should we get? Did we pick up the thing?
I feel like we should, shouldn't we?
Let's
Yeah.
at least have a look at it, yeah.
Sorry, do you mind if we have this?
The skeleton does not respond or react. But as you pick up the amulet, the bones clatter down, no longer held in place, but rather just tumbling to the ground because, you know, it's a skeleton with no musculature.
Sorry. Oh, I feel bad.
You are now holding a locket with, well, essentially a chain with 1/3 of an amulet.
Interesting.
Right.
Just from my brain, is Dennis a tiefling?
Dennis does indeed appear to be a tiefling, yes.
What kind of horns does Dennis have? Are they antlers, or are they more like Scampy type horns, or what we're talking?
Let me just check. Dennis's horns are neither antler-like in the manner of, say, Justice, nor are they the distinctive sort of goat ram horns. They're a little more like small. For want of a better word, they're. I think there's a type of creature called like an ibex.
An ibex, they kind of have like corkscrew.
Yeah, they're like
ones.
small corkscrew.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
And go up.
Cool.
Giving Dennis some little horns on the picture that I've done of him. Cracking.
Excellent.
Silly, but it genuinely really helps me like place things if I doodle them. Well, this is becoming a familiar tale, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So we've picked up the locket. We've looked at everything in that room, haven't we? There's
Yeah.
nothing else really.
Let's go poke the other door then.
Yeah, let's go see what's at the next door.
Okay.
Right, we are.
Fella.
The
It's had a
second
handle,
door,
didn't it?
yeah, the second door is is made of dark wood with, as far as you can tell, a nice brass handle.
Should we just try it? See what happens?
Yeah.
Let's try it.
See if it's got a message.
You click, you turn the handle, and the door opens smoothly. Inside, you can see that there is a small chamber. It's a little strange by comparison. you can see that there are bas reliefs on the wall on the near side of the walls, but the room almost seems to be cut in two. The near side of the room, similar to Cathedral, has the bas relief type walls. They're quite pretty stonework. The far side of this room, and this room is like, it's not it's reasonably long. It's like 20 foot deep, but so you're all able to comfortably get in on the near side. But the far side of the room has the appearance almost of like a very simple bedroom or flat, for want of a better word. It's got plain stone walls. There is light that is definitely magical in nature, coming from like a thin sort of from a little, just a full-on like a dwarf crystal set into the ceiling. It's illuminating
fancy.
You can see that there is a Spartan-looking kind of stuffed hay mattress bed with a simple blanket on it. Beneath which you can see there is a chamber pot. There is a small stove and a hearth. What appears to be a grate that is like some sort of drain. Next to which you can see what appears to be a little like a sort of ewer or a font of water, which looks a little. There's something strangely blurry about it. You can't quite make out. But you can also see there are several shelves of what appears to be a pantry, just full of a variety of dried and preserved foods. You can see those kind of like almost like Serrano hams, the ones that are they're almost like transparent. They're so like dried out and preserved.
Yeah, they've got like a weird look to them.
Yeah, and there's like really like kind of like dried out and salted fish, hardtack, jars and jars of sauerkraut, just food that will keep a really long time. You can also see at the complete other end of though is another door. This door is looks to be made of similar to the first one that you encountered, like a solid stone door. But you can see that there is some sort of mechanism built into the wall next to it that almost feels... It looks almost like a lever on maybe some kind of spring or something. It's not really clear, but you can definitely tell that it's meant to be gripped and moved. It's currently down, and you can see that there is a slot, and it could be pushed up towards the top of the door.
Another imperfect diagram coming your way.
Thank you.
There you go.
Very importantly, though, in between these two halves of the room, there is there's a strange sort of blur in the air that obscures the further side of the room.
So this is like a slight haze.
Yeah, just a very slight haze.
Okay. And we've not had any sort of riddly voice
telling us anything about what we're doing here.
Is there bas relief before the
Yes,
divide?
before the haze.
Can we have a look at that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go and look
Yeah,
at that
let's
first.
have a look at that.
So this one seems to depict the figure of Dennis. It's a now familiar figure of Dennis wandering through, again to you, eerily familiar abandoned buildings and structures surrounded by woodland. And as you touch them, the voice speaks out. I found what I was looking for. But the secrets I sought there did not come easily. Even though I could defend myself against the dangers of that forest, what I realized was that some of the most important truths could not be cheated, could not be wheedled through fast words or clever thinking. It is in that place that I learned the fullness of my power, not merely from within me, not merely that which was gifted, but that which took work, time, effort, and arduous patience. Sometimes, to find what is truly important, you must be willing to sacrifice that which no one can replace.
Or is that the last thing before the wall?
Yeah.
I have a question, out of character, because I'm having thoughts. At Cabir Nagash, the pyramid, when we saw that there was that whole thing at the top that the spirits didn't want to go near. Was there like a haze around that?
I think there was, but it wasn't the same as... It wasn't exactly the same as this haze. But there is a similarity between the sort of purified adamantine feeling, now that you think about it. Actually, I'm going to say that one of the closest, the most similar types of materials you realise to the door that you can see at the far end of this room and the door that was the first door was the door.
Oh, like the
Nagash.
door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I believe
Yeah.
The only Death
Only
Beyond
Death
one.
Beyond.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I believe that was
Yeah.
also
I did
just
think that
plain
might be.
black stone.
No, I think it was like
Yeah.
dead black.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feeling a bit wary of this haze, if I'm honest, folks.
Yeah, it looks like we've got to give up like something that cannot be given back.
I turn to the Pride Spirit. How are you feeling about it? Are you getting weird?
This place is... I feel a lot like when we went to the weird place in the woods.
Yeah. Just find myself a bit wary of touching that. I think maybe, I don't know if I'm paranoid, but
No, you're not. I
Yeah.
think we touch that and we lose something.
exactly.
But I'm not sure there's another way around it either. Kind of wish we knew what it would be before we did it.
Are we able to move anything over there without touching it?
It's a good question.
Celestia's going to step back. Actually.
Kind of want to just chuck something through it, see what happens.
Alright.
Maybe-
Corzin will take out a single piece of lead shot and attempt to bounce it off the far
I'm
wall.
just gonna step back when you do that.
Okay, you fling it. There's a moment. It seems you follow your eyes. You follow it with your eyes. It sails through the air. As soon as it hits the haze, it seems to vanish for a moment. Everyone, just roll me a wisdom check, please.
Okay.
Yeah, check, not save.
11.
Sorry, maths. 13.
7.
Celestia, you're the first to notice it. It's on the ground by the far wall.
Oh, it got through. It's over there, see?
Does it look the
It just
same?
sort of winked out for a second.
Does it look the same?
It
Yeah.
appears to be the same lead shot as before. You haven't dented the wall or scratched the far wall or anything. But
Has anyone got anything that's like fresh?
like food?
I mean, have we got anything that
Corzin will have a
Squinty
look
gave us?
Even moderately.
Anyone save a sandwich or anything?
Oh, that's a good point, because you have been...
I don't know if we do have fresh food.
Or like anything with,
Most of your food is
Anything's
kind of
entirely
prepared.
dry.
Like, you've eaten through the fresh stuff that that Squinty gave you a little while back. It's now been a few days, frankly. At least it's kind of hard to tell how much time passed while you were in the while you were talking with Cassandra, because time got your perception of time got a little weird. Actually, you're really down to your standard preserved rations for the most part. There is a full pantry there if you want to stock up.
I thought. I don't know, it wasn't a good. It was just a worrying thought.
I don't tend to pay a lot of attention to how much you're eating, because usually survival is less of an issue, and the bowl lets you supplement your rations with chocolate and ice cream
And horrible beer, as we established in the Underdark.
and indeed very, very calorific weak beer.
Yeah.
So it's not usually an issue.
I just had this weird thought of what is a thing you could give that you couldn't get back, that you could sacrifice? And the one thing that I keep thinking of is time.
Yeah, me too.
That's true.
Has anyone got a candle?
Probably.
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
I'm sure one of us has a candle.
You actually have a few candles from your
Light a
from
candle.
Squinty.
Yep.
Light a candle, put it on a stick, put it through, and just see if it comes out more burnt than we're expecting.
This is a smart idea.
That's a very good idea. Also, just out of character clarification, neither Scamp nor Victory has Mage Hand, do they?
Oh, let me check if Victory does, because if
I
she
don't,
does,
sadly.
she will volunteer it.
This is definitely a thing Corzin would know in character, but it's something that Sam
Oh,
is not
actually,
sure
no.
about,
I'm
so-
going to say a moment of Victory going, oh, I can do that trick that Mum tried to teach me. It's one of the ones that I got up pretty early. She takes a copper coin, flips it into the air, and gestures, and you see rather than a hand, it's more like little gusts of wind catch the coin and hold it.
Brilliant.
That was cool.
Thanks.
Can you carry a candle?
Yeah, for as long as I can. I have to keep focusing on it, but I definitely can.
Sure. Yeah. We'll just see what happens on the other side.
Light it with prestidigitation.
The candle lights. Yeah. How do you want me to stick this in? Do you want me to stick it in end first, or just upright and carry the whole thing
So
in?
upright and just
Yeah.
stick
I think
it in.
upright, yeah,
can.
definitely.
Okay. So the candle sort of floats in the air, sort of buffeted up by this little vortex of winds. All right, if I just she winces and clutches at her head as
You all right?
as the candle starts to pass through the barrier, and there's again a sort of a blinking moment. And you can see that there is just now a pile of wax that is halfway into and halfway out of the barrier. And a little bit of candle stub near the on the near side of the barrier. Sorry, that was... it's just suddenly got really hard to focus on holding that.
Oh, that's weird.
That does not strike me as good, friends.
No, but it's not.
Is it all the way,
loads
burnt
of
down?
time passing.
It's not even...
One side.
It looks more like a candle that hit the floor and then burnt itself out.
Scamp, will you think?
It's a pile of wax.
Right.
Scamp, will you think I'm the worst if I suggest sending Marjorie through?
I mean, no, but I think surely it will explode.
Marjorie wiggles her
I'm
feelers.
not sure that'll tell us a huge amount.
Yeah, I mean, it'll
Other
tell
than
us
it
the spirit
hurts.
can get through the barrier intact.
That's true.
Marjorie's not a spirit. Marjorie's a Marjorie.
It's just a slight awkward, sort of squinty
brief
moment
moment
from
where
Celestia. It's up to
Victory-
you if you pick up on that or not.
Regardless of what the Scamp does, Victory brow furrows as if she's been picking up clues for a long time, and then she gives Corzin and Celestia a slightly worried look before schooling her features and looking away.
But Marjorie's got a body.
Yeah, yep.
It's the closest equivalent.
I'm confused.
Just a little bit of
Spirits don't
spirit.
have-
Just a little bit. A little bit. Yeah.
I'm very confused. Marjorie, are you a spirit?
Marjorie wiggles her antennae expressively. Though what the expression is, you cannot tell.
Now I'm confused. Because this is not a form which is easy to communicate with.
I messaged to Corzin. Is it time to tell them, do we think, or should we just leave this? I messaged to Corzin, not Scamp.
Yeah. Corzin will reply, well, the only other alternative is Jeffrey, and I don't like how that is likely to go.
That also doesn't tell us whether a spirit can get through the barrier or not.
No.
Also, yeah, if Jeffrey melts, much as I hate the little bastard, it wouldn't be fun, would it?
No, alright.
Jeffrey, for his part, is keeping the fuck away from the thing which, as far as he can tell, just melted a candle.
Yeah.
Well, Scamp, I don't think it's exactly the same as sort of the spirits that Celestia and I have, but there's some similarities, surely. Given whatever else we've seen about how magic seems to work.
Yeah, but I can see Marjorie and she's got a body.
Yeah. I also know, and I guess the place we've been for the last little while is sort of it seems to support this theory that when it comes to magic, sorcerers can break all of the rules.
I think Marjorie's sort of like spirit powered, you know?
Yeah.
Does she want to be?
It seems fine.
If I had to guess, and it is only a guess, mark you, but it's more like, while she is separate from you, she can't exist without you. So there is a bit of you in her.
Right, but it's not sorcery magic what made Marjorie.
Yeah.
It was the stuff from the book.
But it's a little like, you know how you look a bit spirity?
Right.
It's like that, but like
Yeah.
a bit more spirity than
Marjorie a
you.
sorcerer.
Wisdom.
Sorcerer
No.
adjacent, perhaps?
Wisdom's not here. Victory, who has just made her insight check, gives you a slightly flat look, but says nothing.
Victory gets a message that says, shut up. Victory gets another
Do you not
message.
want to be here?
Victory gets another message. We've never addressed this, and I'm really trying not to now, if I'm honest.
You see her nod very slightly. So, assuming we're not putting another candle through, what are we doing?
I'm not
We
fucking
could try
touching it.
just pushing it through. We could
Well, I
just
know
try
Marjorie's
pushing
not a canary
something
right
through.
now, but that's looking very much like a coal mine over there.
Cockroaches are pretty fucking hardy.
Yeah, actually, you make a good point.
Yeah, but this is not though, is she? She'll go splat really easily.
Well, I don't know what else
The
we do,
difference-
darling.
The difference
just,
being is
like-
that when Marjorie goes splat, she doesn't go splat permanently, as unpleasant as I'm sure it is.
Yeah, but if you splat me with the effort that will splat a Marjorie, I barely notice it. I'm not sure. All it'll tell us is that it hurts. It won't tell us anything more.
I mean, mechanically, did what Victory just experienced look like it took hit points off?
Oh yeah. Victory
Right, okay.
is not doing a lot during a lot of this adventuring and exploration segment because, functionally speaking, she's sort of vaguely looking at. I would say, for the most part, she's effectively taking it very easy and giving herself a short rest while all this is going on.
Yeah.
Okay, I just got to double check something quickly. There is the spell card for this. Right, okay.
When you say it looks like it took hit points off, are you referring to the Black Knight beating her to a pulp, or
Barrier.
the
No,
barrier?
I'm referring to what happened when she took the flame across the threshold.
Oh no, that would look like more like she suddenly got like a really sharp headache.
Right, okay. That was more what I was attempting to ascertain is like, does it physically harm someone to cross the threshold? Okay, right.
This might be really cowardly of me, but I'm not touching it unless we know a spirit can get through it without getting harmed.
Why
Okay,
though? Spirits can do things we can't.
One way to find out.
Yeah, but this is like being a gash.
Yeah.
Corzin is going to...
I'm knocked down.
Yeah. Corzin is going to cast Protection from Good and Evil on himself. I'll just mark that off.
Fish spirits gather round and sort of arrange themselves in a protectory sort of manner.
And I am... You said that there was a shelf that's like a pantry.
Yeah, a series of shelves. It's like a
Yeah.
pretty solidly stocked pantry. There's
Okay, I'm going to attempt to reach across and pick off one of the bits of hardtack.
okay.
I suppose one of us has got to stick our hand in it eventually, haven't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you say that out loud as Celestia, or is that an Ellie comment?
That was Ellie. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think Celestia has
Cool.
Corzin's not said anything, so I don't think.
You see Corzin stepping forward, does anyone say anything?
Yeah, I mean, and you'd see the spirits kind of
Yeah.
move around him in a way that suggested that's what he's doing.
You sure?
So,
Because this
Corzin,
is going to take something you can't get back, maybe.
as
You
you're
gotta be
stepping
sure before you
forward,
do it.
you hear Celestia saying, "Are you?" And her voice cuts off.
Oh, okay. I'll look back.
You look back and you can see there is the haze now behind you. You've stepped through.
Okay.
And you can see Celestia and Scamp. And in fact, you can see the Rainbow Spirit around Celestia as well. And Scamp and Victory and Marjorie and Jeffrey frozen like statues.
Have my spirits crossed the threshold with me?
They have. Right,
Right,
You
okay.
see the ambivalent octopus looks at them, looks at you, shrugs.
I'm going to grab the hardtack and jump back across the threshold.
Okay, you grab the hardtack and you jump back across the threshold. And Celestia continues saying, "Sure, but
Oh, that was weird.
Celestia and Scamp, you see Corzin step forward, and he touches the threshold, and there's just like a brief moment where an instant later he's now stepping back out of the threshold, holding a piece of hardtack, which has just vanished from the pantry.
That was weird.
Does he
That was
look any
weird.
different?
Looks
Yeah, do I?
entirely the same, Corzin. You feel entirely the same, but yeah, briefly everyone was statues, and now they're acting normally again.
Are you okay?
You were all like, you were all just frozen while I was on the other side there. I'm gonna like daintily nibble the hardtack to see if it's still edible.
Surprisingly edible, if still hardtack though.
All right.
So,
Again, I've no idea how, but given what like literally just happened to us a little while ago, I'm thinking that this does something to time.
it stops in there. It's not passing.
It's like you were frozen solid, like you weren't moving at all.
Right.
Okay,
But
so
the
it
spirits
is
came
time
across
that
with
we
me, and
might
they've
be
come
doing.
back.
Okay, I'm considerably calmer. Weird.
Yeah, try some of this, and he'll like break off a little bit. It's like it's fresh. So like, how long must that have been there?
I say it's fresh for hardtack. Like this. Like,
Yeah.
it's still not tasty, but.
I mean, no maggots at all is
Yeah.
my point.
So it's something to do with time.
It's not a
He
fridge,
wants
is
us to
it?
give something, and it's something to. Was it cold?
What
Didn't
would
seem to
be the
any-
word that Celestia would use that isn't fridge? I just realised we can't have a fridge.
it would be an icebox.
yeah.
If
So-
they exist, literally. Like,
It's not like an icebox, but with time, is it? Like it's.
I'm not
Things
ruling
stay the
anything
same
out,
there.
but like, it certainly wasn't colder, at least not as much as I noticed.
No, but I mean, technically, if you had food and you had a way to keep it in the same moment, it'd have the same effect, wouldn't it? But a bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So,
So-
are you saying that it's kind of... It's a little
Held moment.
box of spare time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm speculating thoroughly, darling, but, you know.
Well, that's interesting. And that does kind of make sense in terms of what happened with the candle then. Because imagine, like, if it had crossed the threshold, burnt all the way down in what would be the blink of an eye for us, but however long it takes a candle to burn. Like, what
Except
will
it
those
did-
be? Like a
that's-
couple of hours?
Well, it didn't even do that because it just broke when it hit the spell didn't go through, so it fell. We don't know if it just fell and went out or if it burnt out proper.
All right.
Should pull that lever, though, shouldn't we?
I will say
Yeah.
that the candle, like, there's no sign of the wick. It looks like the whole thing is melted rather than, like, the only bit that is still like candles shaped is the tiny stub that was on the near side of the haze.
Okay.
Well-
Right, so time goes. Wait, so time does pass in there.
It seemed to while I was doing stuff, but
Whilst
it didn't
things out
seem
here are
like while it was
frozen.
passing in there, it didn't seem to pass out here.
No, it was instant. You came straight back out.
So, in order to pass through, you are giving time. How long do you have to stay in there? How much time do you have to give?
I mean, could
Well, I was
Some
only
of us could afford to
in
give
there
a bit
for-
more than others.
I mean, could one pop in, pull the lever, and then pop back out again?
Presumably. It's still time that you're giving that you can't get back, but
There's a lot of food in there. That makes me think they intend you to stay there a while.
If it is time, and somebody. Okay, if this was one person, Jason, how much food is that? Like, how long?
For someone like you, it's a very, very well stocked pantry. You could, like, you get the sense, actually looking into it, that it goes a little deeper in than you initially thought. If someone really stretched it out, they might be able to make that last as long as 6 months.
I mean, that could be 6 months of food.
that's a fair amount. Also, it occurs to me, if you've got the ability to ensure that, like, if time passes on the inside of this thing but doesn't on the outside, there are a whole number of other applications you could put that to. Like, how useful would it be if, say, for example, you were working on something and you needed to go and rest, but if you had the ability to get the benefits of like 8 hours of sleep in the blink of an eye and go right back to what you were doing.
That would be really
Oh, yeah.
nice sometimes.
Great.
Yeah, right?
I mean, the amount of times
Yeah.
we've needed a fucking break and there's not been any time.
Exactly.
Okay, so let's play worst case scenario here.
And you've got to spend 6 months in there.
Let's imagine that's what happens when you pull that lever. If we're
Which one
doing
of us is least likely to be
if we're doing
to do something
candidates
stupid?
in this room who have the most time to lose, it's me, isn't it?
But 6 months isn't that big amount of time. Any one of us could, like, if that was 30 years, that's a different matter. But 6 months,
It's
any
still
of us
the
could
least
do that.
proportion for me.
Yeah, but are you going to be alright for 6 months on your own?
I mean, no.
So that's the thing that matters. Not... if
Would
it's
anyone?
not a huge... But who's going to do best? Really, do we think? That's what we should be judging it by. If that's what we're looking at.
I mean, I feel like we should be playing worst case scenario, shouldn't we, really?
Yeah. And if we're going judging based on the amount of food, rather than they're expecting us to starve in there, because that seems unlikely.
I mean, there is an argument to say we'd do the best if we all went in together.
That would probably be what I'd favour. Although, let's just have another look at these bas reliefs, see if there's any indication in what they're doing that has anything that pertains to this.
The bas reliefs, again, mostly show Dennis walking through what you recognise as Kibir Nagash. You do see him stood before the door at one point, but you also see images of him walking between what seem to be almost like cenotaphs or small assemblages of what you recognise as the intricately marked bricks. Spending time walking, reading in places, or sort of, in a broad sense, sort of judging from the strange gestures, casting magic.
Right. Okay.
The sense that backs up with with what he says is of time passing, and again the echo of the words of, I realised that to find the truth, I could not cheat my way through this. There was no quick route. I would simply need to put in effort and to spend the one resource that no one can ever get back.
It's definitely time, isn't it?
I mean, time was weird there, wasn't it? There was that thing that kept dying over and over again.
Yeah, and coming
Shit,
back.
yeah, I've forgotten about that.
Time was weird.
Do we think this is the Reaper of Time?
I think it's got to be, doesn't he?
Reaper of Time.
If there's only like 10 feet between the threshold of this and the switch, in theory, if we all held hands, could we concertina ourselves across the room and have one of us on the end pull it while the other one is on the other side of the threshold?
Or we could chuck one of us on the end of a rope.
Yeah.
The ones outside are frozen.
That's the thing, yeah.
It's your wrists.
It's
like,
what's in the thing. There is no cheating it. You get the thing by spending the thing.
Yeah, I don't think Corzin was necessarily suggesting this out loud. I'm just thinking in terms of fecking around with game mechanics.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
that's the same. It's your wrists if you want to try and extend a clenched hands through that.
Are we prepared to wait?
Trouble is, if we all go in, are we prepared to starve? If it is a set amount of time and there isn't enough stuff in there for the people that go in.
we each have enough rations for ourselves for
Not for that
while.
long.
Not for that long, no. But if we supplement what's there with our rations,
I mean,
that gives us all a little bit of extra time.
You're going to start running into issues after a week, basically, with the rations you have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, okay. Actually closer to 2 weeks because you can supplement with the bowl, but even so.
Can the bowl make liquid bread that we can just live off?
Literally, it can.
Gross. But like between
We're gonna
four
spend
of
the whole
us,
time drunk.
Yeah.
But
yeah. But between four of us, it's not like 4 people's food, is it? You know.
No.
It's-
rationing.
It's not
could-
though. It's
no.
not 4 people's food. Like we'd be like real malnourished.
There was those people that lived on Guinness, and the only problem they had was vitamin C deficiency.
Yes, but that
Yeah.
bowl has
Something
3
like that.
uses a day, and there are 4 of us.
It's a big bowl, and there's 6 months of food in there.
That's
Yeah.
no, it still doesn't make one person's food for 6 months into 4 people's food. I mean, DM does it, like seriously.
It's-
How
yeah,
much
it
is
stretches
it?
That's
things
not how
out.
it works.
If let's say 3 of us went in, because we can let's just leave Victory.
Could you get it to like dispense solid fat?
I think that Victory, as you're just kind of discussing this, like Victory pinches her brow and goes, "Look, if we all go, maybe we all try and go in and we work it out. Maybe one of us goes in, but let's come to a decision."
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think we should all go in, but I don't think one person should go in alone.
The other thing that I've just thought of, legitimately, and this isn't me trying to wiggle out of anything, is there specific sorcerer stuff that you would need to learn in that time?
Maybe.
I'm not trying to wiggle out of it, I'm just trying to put all the things on the table. Because time-wise, I have the most. Happy to take that hit, but this is also your gig, and if you want to make sure that you get all of it, that's also okay, you know?
Like,
Yeah.
my guess would be you'd go in and you can't get out again till the time's up, and then you get a thing. But it might be that you need 6 months to learn the thing. So maybe it should be.
Then
Maybe
it
it's not.
should
Maybe
be
it's
you and
only.
Victory.
Maybe it's half an hour, and the point is that we have to be willing to take the risk.
There is that.
We
Yep.
don't know.
We just don't know, do we?
Well, I'll say this: if you're going in, and you've got that bowl, between 2 of us, that'd stretch it out.
Yeah.
And it'd be nice. It might be nice to have the company.
I don't think anyone should be in there on their own.
No, that'll
No.
be bad.
Avoid it.
No, and that being the case, then have the 2 people who are likely to get the most out of this.
Yeah, again,
Yeah.
the time is okay, but yeah, I don't want you to miss stuff that you might need.
I don't think it's going to be 40 years. That would be the only reason I'd send you over anyone else, honestly.
Okay.
Just because I think if I wasted an entire life in there, it's a kind of a waste of actually being able
If
to
we
help.
assume that this was made and designed with a purpose in mind, I think like that amount of time, unless you do have a many centuries lifespan, is pointless.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a decision we've come to, right?
Yeah.
I think we have.
Right. Look after Jeffrey. And
Shit,
Margaret.
of course, yes.
Have you got anything that we might need?
I've got some
double-checking.
fucking finger puppets for entertainment. I don't know.
I mean, I'll take him.
By all
Yeah,
means.
sure.
I really hope
Any
we're wrong
books?
here. I really do.
I
spare
really
instruments?
do. Has anyone got a book?
Yeah, have what? I mean, what do you want?
About that tiny violin.
Everything.
Have the tiny
Yes.
violin. There you go, darling. Yep. I mean,
Paper?
if you don't know how to play it, you might have time to learn.
Ugh,
I hate
Right.
this.
I hate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I guess it is what it is.
Let's see what happens.
All right. I guess on
Gonna
3.
Offer a hand to Victory.
Yeah. She
Corzin
takes
digs
her
out
hand.
a pack of playing cards and gives them to you.
Thank you.
1.
Finger puppets, a tiny violin, a pack of playing cards. Oh, it's bleak, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Anyway, carry
Victory
on.
checks the
Literally
pocket.
the only thing I can think of that would be of any material benefit.
Victory checks her pocket. She's got some dice and a cup as well. Right. On 3. 1,
Here we go.
2, 3. You both step through, and you suddenly hit by the quiet. And you look behind, and you can see everyone is just frozen like statues. Right then.
Should we pull the lever? I want to shout Kronk so badly. Pull the lever, Kronk! No, it's a lever
the
anyway.
lever,
I only
Kronk.
say lever because I want to say pull the lever, Kronk.
She reaches out, puts one hand on the sort of lever. All right then.
I'll put a hand on it as well, and we'll do it together.
Together we go. It actually takes a little bit of effort because you're essentially pushing
Alpha,
this thing
why do
up.
we leave all the strength on the other side?
But with a little bit of a... The pair of you both manage to push this lever. It's like about a 3 foot... Yeah, like about a 3 foot track from bottom all the way to the top. It takes about 30 seconds of effort just to go against it, because it gives you a fair bit of resistance, and you hear things sort of almost like clonking in the background, like it's moving gears or something. And when you get it to the top, the like smooth black door very, very, very slightly shifts. Like you can just see it move, like as if it's rotating on an axis, on an axle, enough that it comes out maybe a couple of millimeters from the edge of the wall. And then you hear a clicking sound from the mechanism behind the wall. And you can see very, very slowly the lever is starting to go back down again.
Right. So we just have to wait for it to reset and do it again until the doors open.
Ah, shit.
That's weird.
We can't even sleep, right? Right.
I mean, there's
Next
a
time we
bed.
do it,
I brought my.
We'll take shifts.
We can take shifts. One of us on the bedroll.
I'm really glad there's two of us, otherwise this would literally take twice as... No. Right.
I mean,
Next
I
time
don't
it
know if
goes
it'd take
all the way
twice
up-
as long. I think it'd just be twice as lonely.
No, because you'd have to sleep, and if it takes... Let's say it takes an hour to reset, you've got to wake up every hour.
That's a good point.
Okay, next time we press it, we need to find a way of timing this, because... Oh, I need to know how long it is.
This
You've
is
still got
ADHD
those-
hell.
You still got those candles, right?
Jason,
Yeah.
you have made my personal hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This
I
is
did bring the
ADHD
candles.
nightmare. Like this is awful.
At
It
least Celestia's
takes.
got the lights up, and they'll stay up forever, because time's not real out there.
It takes 12 hours
Jesus.
for the lever to fully make its way to the bottom. At which point you hear a sort of sound.
Oh, it did a thing! It did a thing!
Victory looks up from her cards. Oh, fuck, it actually did a thing!
Again!
Oh, shit! She points, and you can see very, very slowly that tiny millimetre that the door has moved is starting to slide back in. Shit, we need to get the...
Oh, do it again!
Okay, you rush over, 30 seconds, push up the lever. Door slides back out an extra millimetre.
Oh my god.
Okay, now we need to check that it is the same amount of time each time.
12 hours later. Exactly 12 hours later.
Okay.
What? Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's alright. It means we can actually sleep. It's fine.
Okay,
It's good.
right. 3 millimetres
Oh, yeah.
out now.
Oh god.
You know what we should do? We should start working out and be super buff on it.
I'm... Yeah?
Oh, we can't shower?
So you look
There's a
over.
font of water
There is
over
good.
there.
There is some good news. You can't
That
shower.
fun. That was
There is the pool of water you can now see is actually a fountain that was
Okay.
a small fountain that was bubbling so quickly from the other frame of reference that you couldn't really make out that it was anything more than a pool. It's one of those ones that's got a very low sort of water coming up from below.
We should make sure this is not a closed system somehow.
I had a horrible thought. That
Where's
chamber
the
pot. There is a chamber pot. It was mentioned.
Yeah, there's a chamber
That gets
pot.
full real fast.
Yep, and a drain.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
And a
good
drain.
news.
That's great. Yeah.
After a couple of days, like after the first day of this, you very quickly realise you work out a system of taking one of the pots and pans, which I haven't really mentioned, but were with the stove and hearth. And mercifully, it appears that the stove and hearth works on some sort of magical glyph system.
You're really good at cooking, because I'm not good at cooking. I might be in 6 months, who knows?
I'm actually pretty good at cooking, yeah.
I'm going to draw on every wall and no one can stop me.
I mean, I'm certainly not stopping you. All right.
So decorate the whole place.
So, I'm just going to say this now. Please give yourself proficiency with painting tools.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Scamp comes out of this like a decent artist. Oh, that's a really long time. Oh my God.
It takes a month by the time that the door rotates enough that you believe you can actually fit through. And you try a few times beforehand, but you can't quite manage it. But it takes...
I am going to be exercising just in case I can get buffed by the time I get out. I don't think it's going to have any effect because I have a strength of 9. But you know...
No, but your general fitness has actually improved quite a lot.
Yeah.
Get some good cardio on you.
Yeah,
by the end of it.
some pretty good cardio. You feel like, you're a teenager, so you were in pretty good shape to begin with, but you feel like you get out of breath a lot less easily. Victory has, mercifully, it took her the better part of... It did take her several days to stop sounding like she was strangling a cat, but has actually gotten okay with the kit violin. Because she's had nothing to do for a month.
Literally nothing else.
Except, between you, she's developed some proficiency with the kit violin. You've developed proficiency with artist tools. You've also learnt some cooking. Victory has taught you some recipes.
Because you might as fucking well, mightn't you?
I think we've been playing a lot of chess.
Yeah. Yeah, you've been playing a lot of chess. Victory brought dice, so there's been a bit of gambling.
I've invented a sort of game using
You
dice.
devised a game based on in which you've been using little bits of garlic pieces as counters.
I've been hiding messages for whoever comes and lives here next. Confusing notes. There's a treasure hunt. There is a treasure hunt for whoever gets stuck here next.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Aw, a small space treasure hunt like I made Jason for his lockdown birthday. One of those.
Exactly like that.
It was amazing because Jason was in the flat the whole time, and somehow I still managed to hide all the clues without him noticing. It was incredible.
I'm really not observant.
You're really not, but it was also an incredible feat because it was a really small flat.
I am so impressed.
Honestly, the space you are in is actually, it's not a lot bigger than
our old flat.
Than our flat's living room.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's
Yikes.
Yeah,
Okay.
just for the full image, there were times where he literally turned round to get something out of a cupboard, and I hid a clue. It was amazing. I was very entertained for several days.
The pair
I've
of
definitely
you...
drawn a mural of frozen Celestia and Corzin. There is a beautiful mural of them.
You really make the best of a bad situation, but it is it is mind-numbing.
But I get to know Victory better.
But you do... Yeah, you actually, like...
I
You
get
and your
to spend
sister
a month with Victory.
spend a lot of time, like, spend a month, like, talking in between all the different things. There's not really much in terms of, like, deep secrets, like, to learn, but she talks a lot about what it was like growing up on ship, aboard ship, what it was like kind of knowing that there was, like, having this sense of growing up with the sense of destiny rather than it kicking in around around puberty, kind of in the way that it did for you. That while you've gone on this, like, had this whole, like, a little over a year to get used to the idea of being a sorcerer. She'd always grown up around magic. She'd grown up, but in a strange way she's conscious that her values are a little warped in places. She confesses that she still believes in them, but she knows that, she grew up among pirates. It's not quite the same. And just lots of little stories.
I tell her all our stories. And everything I can remember.
Takes like a good, it's quite a lot of the month, honestly. At least 173 episodes. You're just averaging 3 to 4 hours each.
With a theme tune at the beginning, that's very important.
And the end.
Yeah,
and the end.
And I sing it every time.
Yeah. You summarise some bits of it, but nevertheless, it's like Victory is solidly caught up by this point on your adventures.
I would like to make us fake beards for when we leave, so that it looks like we've gotten real.
Oh, speaking of which, at one random point during this, roll 2d100s, please.
Oh no!
Remember, that was the thing.
Oh wow,
Okay,
yeah.
We've got
You just get so bored that the tides of chaos go off.
9.
5 and 92.
Ooh, 5 and 92. All right.
He's smirking into table fables.
Oh yeah,
again.
table fables for this because we're not in battle.
Okay. I just looked at what they were on the normal one out of curiosity. I was like, hell, that would be concerning.
I'm going to ask you to re-roll the 92, please.
Okay. 89.
Okay. There's a moment where you're just like going, I'm so bored! That you...
I have licked every surface in here. I can't explain why.
I need you to roll a d6 and tell me if it's odds or evens.
Odds.
Okay. You have a sense that either someone is going somewhere else, or someone is about to, or someone is, or a lot of somethings are about to come here.
Well, we really can't leave. We really can't leave. So I guess a lot of somethings are coming. Am I filling the room with geese? Is that what's happening?
Funny you should mention that.
Fun.
As you were exclaiming how feeling this momentary terrible boredom, you suddenly feel a surge of magic that's been building inside you release. Not as
held in fart.
not as bees, but as just swarms and swarms of. It takes me a moment to realise cabbage white butterflies.
Ah, fuckers.
Oh no.
The whole space becomes briefly filled with butterflies, with these white butterflies. A surprising number of which stay in this space, but quite a lot of which flutter about, hit the barrier, and suddenly freeze in time.
Oh, well, that's... Huh.
They don't live long, and all of the cabbage here is pickled. So mostly they all kind of like slowly flip their wings and eventually die off after a couple of days because they're butterflies.
Oh.
They've got, and there's not really anywhere that they can lay eggs.
It's a bit sad.
It's actually kind of sad.
It's kind of miserable.
The rest of them, though, that don't like eventually flop to the ground, try to escape and become trapped against the haze.
Maybe when you leave, they will.
So the...
I make lots of bags of holding as well, just so all my bags of holding last 10 days now.
I mean, yeah, you've literally had like a month of high-level magic available.
I'm gonna like make so much shit with Fabricate. Just out of all the things here.
I mean, you have no shortage of moth corpses.
Like, none of the furniture is the same shape as when it started. Everything's gone weird.
So, yeah. I'm going to briefly say... I'll describe what the others see, but by the time you leave... by the time your month has passed and you've got it just wide enough to fit through, the door just wide enough to fit through, the whole place is covered in paint and artwork. There is... the furniture has changed shape in places. Stone shape is unable to affect any of the walls, but the general furniture you absolutely can mess with using Fabricate. But I will say that as the door slowly opens over this month, you eventually are able to see inside and realise that there is another small chamber with a skeletal figure, no horns this time, sat on a little stone throne with another of these partial amulets around its neck. And indeed that there is a further bit of bas-relief on the inside. When the door is finally open enough for the pair of you to squeeze in, though, you are able to get inside up to where the skeleton with the amulet is and the bas-relief, which depicts it's a simple one split into four, and it depicts Dennis sitting cross-legged while around him you can see trees budding with new life, full with leaves and fruit, leaves falling and then covered in snow. And the voice speaks. Time and memory are what I learned. You cannot... Time is a strange thing. It can never be turned back. But what was can echo forwards into the future. In that place, I learned that we can never stop time marching onwards. But how fast, how slowly it can march. That can be changed. And if we know and are willing to invite in those willing to do so, we can remember even that which has passed from the world. But it would be later that I would truly understand memory. And both its beauty, its danger, and its power. Well, fuck.
Huh. So do we just go back out again?
Yeah, I mean, we should probably grab this amulet thing, but...
Oh, yeah, no, I yoinked it already, don't worry.
Oh, right, sorry. I think it was momentary there. As you grab the amulet once again, the skeleton just falls to the ground, no longer suspended in place.
By time! Time, amulet.
But yes, taking the second piece of the amulet, you step back out and...
Oh, it feels weird going back out.
I know. I am really, really fucking ready to be out of this room, though.
Want to hold my hand going through again?
Yeah. She takes your hand. 1, 2, 3.
7.
As you step through, a cloud of butterflies bursts out with you. So, from the outside, Corzin, Celestia,
Yep.
and Jeffrey and Marjorie, you watch as Scamp and Victory take each other's hands, count to 3, and step through the barrier, and then in a blur, you see the room changing.
Whoa.
Paintings blurring into existence all around the walls. Bits of the pantry going down, just and almost like shadowy blurs of figures. Sometimes you get snippets of a second of a few seconds where you'll see Scamp or Victory on the bed or on a bedroll. The furniture blinks and changes multiple times as well. At one point, it suddenly gets hard to see because out of nowhere, just an almost obscuring screen of white butterflies start to appear, and as they're starting to flutter outwards, they kind of get in the way. But while this is all happening, you see the door, you see the lever flicker up and down. It'll just flicker like it's in two places at once, blurring, and the door smoothly swing open, just wide enough to fit through. It takes about a minute, maybe less.
Oh,
wow.
Proper time-lapse stuff, yeah.
Yeah, and then suddenly Victory and Scamp are stood, hands held, in front of the barrier as butterflies are fluttering around them. And you look behind them, and you can see the furniture's all changed, the painting's there, but the door has slammed completely shut in an instant.
It's a very nice mural, as you did.
Yeah, I think
You
that
alright?
really captured you.
Oh, it's genuinely quite good, actually. Emma, are you okay? How long was that?
700 years!
How long have both of their hair grown?
I mean, Victory's hasn't grown that much because she's been cutting it.
Fair enough.
But Scamp,
Which
if
has
you...
probably been cutting Scamps too.
Yeah, so it's actually a little hard to
Okay.
tell because Victory does actually cut hair, but looking at her is like long though. Victory does pick up the kit violin and plays a reasonable little.
Aww. That's not bad, actually.
Like maybe a month.
Okay, no, I mean better than 6. Are you?
Certainly.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, phew.
We saw like it all was blurry and speeded up.
Yeah, it was quite weird. About a minute for us.
A minute.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's
You mean
terrifying.
that I have a different birthday now?
Nah.
I mean, it's still the
Okay.
days we were born on. We're just a little older.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel that's...
Like we don't even know what rate the time passes here relative to out in the rest of the world.
Oh, don't. I don't want to think about that.
No, me neither.
I mean, yeah, that's not really been a thing I've ever worried about before, but now I am.
Not needed to. Ugh.
I vote we don't think about that too hard.
But it was all right, really. No, it wasn't. It was horrible. Well,
I have to
it was
say,
the worst on my own.
I had... The company was lovely. I did not enjoy being trapped in a room for a month.
No, that sucked.
That seems pretty reasonable. Yep.
I don't think anyone would like that. I think that would be a really just unpleasant experience.
I don't think that's what people are meant to do, really,
No.
are they? No.
No.
There's a reason why they make that a punishment in prison.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just no. How is that going to teach anyone to do anything better?
Stupid, isn't it?
Anyway,
What would you two like? Would you like a little minute?
I
what,
mean,
in here? Fuck no.
no!
Not in here. I mean, out there. Do you want a little chill before we, you know?
Where do all these butterflies
I am
come from?
extremely rested. You can see
You will
Victory's
not
like
believe how
bruises
many
and
spells
battering is
I've got.
completely healed.
Actually, you both got all your spells, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Colour me jealous. I've got fucking nothing right now. Yeah.
I mean, as you have this moment of realizing, Victory goes, I mean, the bed's still there if you want an 8-hour nap.
That is true, actually, isn't it?
That's true.
Yeah.
You genuinely could. It would only be a few seconds for us if you want a long rest.
I mean, that would be so useful.
Might actually be worth it if that's still a thing we can do.
Do it.
Feel
We
free not to
won't
wait for us. It will
notice.
only be a second for you.
Do you mind, actually? Would that be awful?
Do it.
I'd love my fucking spells back, if I'm honest.
You see Celestia, Celestia, you step in, everyone freezes behind you.
I literally just go bed.
Yeah, the
Corzin will pull out his bedroll. It's ridiculous to
Rainbow.
take the entire bed.
Rainbow Spirit kind of looks back, the Rainbow Spirit looks back at the frozen Scamp and Victory goes, oh, that's weird.
I know, right? Fucking bedtime, though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm tapped.
I mean, you don't even need to share the bed if you want. You could, Corzin, you could just wait
Take
a
turns.
second,
Yeah.
2 seconds, have all yourself.
I mean, literally, I've got a bedroll. That's
Yeah,
what I
true.
would use.
But yeah, literally a handful of seconds later, both of you have now had a long rest.
Yeah. Oh, fun.
Excellent.
And at that point, you can head on. You head on to the final portion of to the third door. But on the subject of long rests, you step out. It's a strange moment actually, because although only a couple of seconds pass for everyone on the outside, Celestia, you actually managed to get a fucking decent amount of rest. You can actually even just take a few hours to just have a wash in the basin.
Oh, dear.
Actually get your take some time to just collect yourself a little bit.
Swirl
before
the eye
stepping
around
out.
in my fingers and have a good look at it and a think while I'm in there.
Yeah, in a way that you've always felt, but just feels sharper than usual. You get the sense of the eyes staring back at you. You definitely still feel that connection.
Yeah. When we've done rests, I would
Yeah.
like to talk to everyone, if that's doable.
You can.
Okay.
Folks, we're not I know we've got stuff to do, but this isn't feeling wildly urgent, right?
Well,
Well,
it's
Well, I
been
mean,
6 months.
well, we
I've
don't
got
seem to have the pressure of time anymore.
Ironically.
6 months,
I
one
mean,
month.
but
Ironically.
my point is in the next bit, whatever's beyond that door, we might, right?
Possibly.
Yeah, we don't know what happens when we get to the end. Like, we might have a chance for a bit of a sit down and a rest, or we might be rushed out like the last one.
I need to talk to you all.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been thinking. Took a bit of time. And I really think I should put the eye down. Not while we're doing something dangerous. I'm talking, when we next have recovery time or whatever, although I suppose that could be here, actually. But there are a few reasons. But I mean, I didn't want to just make a decision without talking to you all. I wanted to, hear your opinions as well.
I mean, I've been thinking about it because, frankly, I've had a month.
Well, I mean, there's a selfish level of, I'm scared because the Kraken's looking at me, but to be honest, that really isn't the big deal of it all. The Eye is never going to be able to help us achieve what we want to achieve. Because the Kraken is never going to believe that we can destroy her. So it's not going to help us kill her, and it's run so through her power that all it's going to do is show her our plans in vivid detail. I don't know, it's like... but also because it's her opinion of what the most likely future is. It's like having a torch that points the wrong way. It's never going to show us towards the outcome that we actually want.
Yeah.
Because she's never going to look at us and think we could actually destroy her.
Except you can sometimes work out the shape of something by what's not there. I think there is a use for it, but I also think there's a huge danger in it.
Well, the danger that really worries me, to be honest, is there was that whole thing where Cassandra said she'd seen a whole bunch of futures where, the Kraken finds me and takes my invisibility, and she said that every time I go in and scry, there's a possibility that she could find me and therefore find us. And the thing is, if she did find us, with one of the purposes being take Celestia's invisibility away, she's not going to leave a city alone that we're in.
No, that's true.
I'm fully serious.
Break the city. Oh no, I know, because she goes after killing someone, and she does it by destroying a city.
Yeah, but what if we destroy a city because I was scrying? What if that's the day she sees and comes to find us, and we're the reason for a Kraken attack because we wanted to know something about the future or the past?
Then that wouldn't really be us what destroyed a city. That'd still be the Kraken that did it.
It would, but we would have been the catalyst.
We can be anywhere real fast.
We'd still have woken her up and brought her somewhere, and I don't know if I could live with that.
What we're doing is going to wake her up and bring her somewhere regardless, right?
Yes.
At some point she will realise that what we're doing to some degree, and she is going to act on that.
Oh yeah, no, I know.
That's not on you doing it.
But I hope that when...
in case
what were you going to...
gets grumpy, that's not a reason to not do something. If we think the dangers outweigh the benefits of using it, that's a reason to. But we can't let being scared of her reaction to us trying to kill her stop us.
Oh no, I know, but
okay,
it would feel like a different thing if we were trying to kill her and she woke up and, fucked a whole load of stuff up. That would be different. If we were just scrying, it just seems like such a shitty reason for a city to go down. You know?
There's another thing to consider, which is if the magic that allows you to scry is connected directly to the Kraken, then there is a possibility it could be used by someone who is intending to use it that way to misdirect. Look at something that is not what we're intending to look at. It seems like still a bit of a gamble, but
yeah, because you never know what
it might have that tactical advantage at least. But ultimately, this has to be your choice. I'm perfectly happy to weigh in on this, but you have to bear this burden.
I mean, here's the thing, right? It's starting to feel a bit like an abusive relationship.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, she's doing this thing where she's convincing us that in order to have any power, we need her. We need this power in order to have any standing in the game or whatever. Like, we need to be able to use her power in order to get anywhere.
I get what you're saying, yeah.
And all she's doing while we have this power is finding ways to hurt us through that tether. She's seeing me every time I go in, potentially. Or at least she could. She has. And she's finding ways to hurt people through me. She took over me for a week that time, and we still don't know all the consequences of that.
Yeah.
There's stuff we could have missed. We don't know what damage was done that day, and we don't know if it can be undone. We don't know if I put the eye down, if it will be undone. But she's making us believe that in order to have a chance of defeating her, we need this, and all she's doing is pulling that thread. You know? And with every chance we give her, every time I go into that sea and I look for the future or the past, we're giving her another chance to worm her way in.
Yeah.
And we're giving her more on us, and we're giving her more information and more tactical stuff she can use. All we're doing is feeding her, you know?
Right.
And the thing is, as well, like, we're looking for the edge cases. According to Cassandra, that's the edge cases. The really unlikely paths are the ones that actually save civilization, and the ones where the Kraken dies are really unlikely paths. And I think it's pretty fucking unlikely that somebody would have this power and choose to put it down of their own free will. I think most people would keep it.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps.
And I know it feels like it would be a disadvantage compared to the Reavers and the Kraken if we lost this. If we as a group, because it's not just me, it's we as a group, we lose this power. But what if it isn't? Because everybody who's using Eyes of the Storm to look into the future, they're following her paths that she thinks will happen. What if we make our own map instead? And what if we believe that we are powerful enough to defeat her and to save the world and to find the edge cases without using shit from her?
You make a good point.
What if we make that choice? And we say we don't need you. We can do it anyway.
Then the only question that remains is, how do we prevent anyone else from using the one we have?
Lead box.
We hold on to it. Yeah, we hold on to it. We don't give it up, but we don't...
Good enough for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, seriously though, you can't find one in a lead box, and it blinds her through that one, as far as I'm aware. What do you all think?
I think you make a very good point, and I think the only way we're going to know for sure is to try.
Yeah.
I think if these things could be used to help kill a Kraken, probably would have been by now.
I mean, it's like... Could you kill me with my own fucking hands, you know? That's how it feels.
Oh, no, she absolutely could, but I think...
Yeah, technically.
But it'd be really hard, right?
I'd probably have to take them off you first.
Yeah.
And I just...
But yeah.
I don't know, I just suddenly was like, what the fuck are we doing, you know? And I know it's a real loss, like, I can't scry, even, and I'm gonna be really dumb.
Yeah, but, you know, there are other things. Like, if you want to go look for a magical item to make you smart, those things exist.
They do.
If that's all the only benefit we're getting.
And there are other means of scrying.
There are. There are loads of people who can scry. I'm not one of them, but I think we need to stop chasing her ideas of what the future will look like.
I think there's a point where it was useful, and it would be useful to see the shape of what she's not seeing and the paths that she doesn't believe are possible. But I think we're too close at this point.
Yeah, and I also don't think the eye can show us those.
Well, if the eye shows us what she thinks is happening, then we know that you can see it by the absence of what's not there is what we want. Now we get there. But that does leave a lot of... It's too open, and we don't have that time.
We don't.
We're too close to her.
And I think the best way is to be unpredictable. And again, I don't think most people would put this down. I think that's the brave choice here. And what do you do in an abusive relationship? You leave. And it's hard.
We don't
and
know
it's...
what she thinks is happening or the best path is. She can't predict what we do about it because we can't. We're going to be completely random. So yeah, now if this is what you think is right for you,
I'll stand by that.
I know it's not just on you, but that actual decision has to come from you in the end.
Yes.
I want it gone.
I don't think it would be the wrong one. Then let's step back in that room and do it.
I mean, horribly, I wasn't going to suggest doing it while we were in the Sirius Citadel, but we have time.
I don't know that we're hidden here, but we're probably, if we are, we're as hidden as we're going to be.
You thinking about doing it now, then?
Well, the thing is,
where
else are we going to be able to do it where it happens in an instant?
Also,
without
we're not
anyone seeing or feeling it.
Also, we're not quite on Calcinea. And there's something...
That was my point.
Yeah, there's something maybe good about that. I mean, should we just do it? While we've got time?
With the advantage of that, any unpleasant side effects could be mitigated.
Yeah,
It's just time for them to go.
I'll come with you.
We'll all come with you. We don't know how bad it's going to get.
Yeah, it was bad last time.
You can't do it on your own.
I don't want to. That's all right.
We'll be here with you.
Fuck it. You know what? We've made a decision. Yes.
Okay, you're gonna
now.
So you're all gonna step back into the time space.
Yep.
Okay. You gotta take hands
Space.
as one. You step through the barrier, and Celestia, you're the only one who can see this. Someone is there waiting for you.
Oh.
Stood in front of the door. That is now closed, but with the door with the lever. There is the large, hunched over figure of a very elderly woman with sort of violet, deep, dark violet skin, wrinkled and wizened.
What do you want then? It's finger snap, by the way.
What?
That's not surprising.
I come to give you a warning.
Mm-hmm.
Your path takes you to the resting place of the Grail.
a lost place, a hidden city. If you relinquish the eye before you travel there, I will be unable to guide you through that place.
And I suppose you're the only one that can.
I have never been to the city, but the other echoes sealed within your eye have. I can access what they knew to guide you. They would never willingly do so, for they are her servants. But if you break this connection, I cannot advise you.
Are there other places we could get that information?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. I feed this back to the others. I think I'm done believing that the only way to do things is with this piece of shit.
Yeah, there's no reason to doubt, but there's no reason to believe either.
And hey, it's not like you're going to just go chuck it in the bin. You'll still have the damn thing on you. If it turns out that is the only way.
If we're really desperate.
Conversation again.
Yeah, that's more to the point. You might not be actively using it, but if the situation ever arose where using it was the lesser of two evils, there's always that option.
Yeah, we're not going to chuck it in the sea.
It doesn't have to be you.
No, don't ask me why, but I feel like if you chucked it in the sea, it'd find its way back to her somehow.
I would. Oof.
So be it, child.
Don't call me child. Ugh.
Find the map. Find the crown. They will lead you to it.
Pirate
And
King crown.
remember, when you find the city, I can guide you.
I'll remember. Any words of advice now?
All I will say is, whatever you face next, I will not be there for you to call upon.
Never once needed you. Not planning on starting now. Might eat my words later, but no plans.
I may not have the power to see the future anymore, but of that I am certain. Goodbye.
Bye. I'll miss you terribly.
You kind of like roll your eyes and it draws your eye off her for a moment, and when you look back, she's gone.
Okay, I think the best way is probably for me to sit somewhere and one of you to walk away with it.
Alright.
Corzin, do you have those manacles?
The manacles, yes.
You know, just in case.
Alright.
Oh shit, yeah, what if... That sounds horrible, but you are right, if there's any surprise swaps or anything.
Or even you just get, like, desperate.
I
What's
mean,
to say you wouldn't just tackle Corzin and try and take it back?
It's not what happened before, but we don't know if it's going to be the same, so...
We don't know
Yeah.
how bad it'll get.
Chain me to something, one of you.
If this works, we'll let you straight back out again, obviously. Okay, here we are. And I will get the manacles out, and I will place them around Celestia's wrists.
You probably want to like. I'm kind of going for the like chain to a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything like built into the wall, or can I just like star shape?
No. Okay. There's the grill on the floor. Feed it through the grill.
Yep, that's the most accessible thing.
Gross.
You feed it
Through the poo grill.
through the solid iron bars of the
Poo grill.
the train.
Lovely. Well, that's really nice.
Yeah, you are chained. I'm afraid you are chained to the latrine grill.
All right.
Unless the bed's fixed to the floor and it has.
Nah, it's a
slats
little
on it.
straw bed.
Yeah.
It's a very artistic bed now, but yeah, it is.
Yeah. Right. Someone take this off me then. I hand it over
All right.
Okay.
I'll
to
take
whomever
it.
decides to be the person.
Right,
Yeah.
Celestia, roll. So you have 3 awareness tallies at this point?
I can check for you. I think so. Hang on, sorry, my stats are really far back at the moment. Yeah, 3 awareness tallies, but no other ones right
Great.
now.
Roll a charisma save, please.
Okay. Save. Hang on. That is a 16.
Can I add a D4, please?
If you want.
I mean, yeah, I can do it every action, so yes, I would like to pretty
Yep.
much.
Can't
use
hurt.
this. Yeah, that's only a 2 to add to it.
So 18.
You go to hold out the eye and hand it over to Corzin, and your fingers do not release it.
I think one of you might actually have to take this off me.
All right. I will attempt to in a way that doesn't hurt them, but yeah.
Okay. Corzin,
Yep.
I need you to make an athletics check, please, to try and pry it out of Celestia's hands. Celestia, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save, okay.
23.
My wisdom's really good, so let's get excited. Okay, that's non-awful. It's a 16. It's probably not enough, but it's not too bad.
Okay, it's not great, but it's not the best it could be, but it's enough that you have some degree of autonomy. Thinking creatively, what is the best non-lethal, can harm but could not have a chance of killing Corzin method at your disposal to stop Corzin taking the eye off you?
Thunderwave or Dissonant Whispers? Dissonant Whispers is, I guess, more targeted and it makes someone run away.
Yes.
If I'm doing knee-jerk Celestia responses.
Okay, yep. And you don't need your hands to cast that. Okay, please, you immediately cast Dissonant Whispers on Corzin. Just reflexively.
I think there's just like an fuck. Like that's it. It's not even like good Celestia words. It's just like you know.
Yeah, just like a bark, like fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that wisdom or charisma save?
Let me check. I think it's wisdom.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, wisdom.
Okay.
I take a bit of damage. I'm sorry.
That's a 14.
That's you don't make the save, man. So you're going to take this damage, and you also have to like run away from me.
If I have the eye in my hand, all to the better. But
Unfortunately, that's what this check was for. Before you rolled high enough with the athletics check that you could that you start prying Celestia's hand open, but the reflexive Dissonant Whispers, you are hurled backwards.
Oh no, he like runs backwards. It's like a fear
you just
thing.
like your legs take over and you are launched backwards through the haze.
how much damage do I take?
Oh, 15.
15.
And it's psychic damage, so I feel like your nose or ear starts bleeding. It's that kind of like headache damage.
Yeah.
Scamp, you see this happen. You see Celestia's hand just like grip tightly back over the eye. From your perspective, Corzin hits the edge and just freezes solid in time.
Shit.
Oh, it's going to be ages before he can get back in.
I don't know what we do here.
I mean,
Yeah, because if I've crossed the threshold...
oh
then-
yeah, from your perspective, you can't perceive anything of what happens next because
Can I
Even
try
if
and
you
drag
come
him
straight back
back?
in, it's different. Yeah.
yeah, if you come back like Corzin, you could bop out and then immediately come back in, and it will still have been several hours on the other side, even with like only a couple of seconds having passed.
Yeah.
What?
Okay,
Can-
what's our
can I
best
grab
play
him?
here?
Can I pull him back in, do you think?
Do you want to try?
Corzin grabbed something.
Corzin also tried to stick his hand through the barrier and then ended up walking through it without meaning to.
That's true.
So,
Yeah, I feel like there's something with the barrier that's probably meant to.
You're one side or the other.
Yeah,
Okay.
because otherwise, like, imagine if you stopped halfway through.
I don't know how we do this because I can't promise I won't do that again. And if I launch all of you through, I don't really know what we do then. So,
Okay, well, I can try some magic stuff and see if it does anything. I wish I could still do that one that puts you to sleep, but that doesn't do really good. I don't have that one anymore. I forgot how.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't have a great number of options here, but worst comes to worst, you could take your jacket off, and then I could hit you with lightning bolts until.
so I pass out, they'll do it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and then try and.
Or let's try and get it off you another way first.
Yeah, let's maybe not jump straight to lightning.
I mean, unconscious is the worst thing that happens here, really, isn't it? I really can't get this hand open, if I'm honest. Yeah, that's where we're at.
Yeah.
Okay. How about we try making you slow, because it makes magic harder to cast.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just tell you to drop it.
Give it a go. I warn you, I'm pretty good at throwing those things off. I've got training. Doesn't always work or anything, but, you know. I mean, I was never the best. Give it a crack.
Okay. Let's try slow. So,
Wisdom save.
Unfortunately, right now you cannot willingly fail your saves.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah, that would be too easy. So wisdom save, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh god, that's really good. Damn it, that's the best wisdom save I've ever rolled. That's a 19.
Okay, well, I will roll a d4 and take it off your save.
Yes, do that.
So that's 4 off your save.
That's 15.
That does not save.
It doesn't, because yours is like 18, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So, every time you cast now, you have to roll a d20. If you roll 11 or higher, we get a whole turn of it not going off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, at some point, Celestia's going to run out of spells. Oh no, I'm not, because we did a rest.
Yeah.
Damn, I've got loads.
Your AC
Fuck.
and dex saves are lower, and your reaction, you don't have a reaction.
Okay, that's
So-
helpful. I do have a buttload of spells, though.
I know. What we
Like
need is
so
Corzin
many.
in silence.
Yeah, we do. Shit.
Damn it. No, I just thought of something. Yeah, no, I've gone. I can't
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah, if this doesn't work, we might be waiting for you to come back. So
That's the other option. Yeah, we just
Yeah.
wait, or we go out and then come back in with Corzin.
You see that Victory kind of like tenses a little while waiting for what you do next.
Right. Get ready to grab it if this works.
I'm gonna cast command.
What save is that?
It was another wisdom save.
But elf things, so advantage. Which we've played as Edengard things, but vanilla D&D is elf things. Oh god, it's also really good.
It's not. Is it a charm effect?
It's a compulsion.
I believe
I think
it is.
so, yeah, I think it counts as one.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're only, whether it was the higher or lower of that is not much difference, they were one apart. So that is an 18.
Okay, well, I've got sorcery points to spare.
Do it.
Taking another off. So that's another 4 off, so that's down to 14.
Okay,
I'll just
I mean, I've
say
not made
drop.
that.
So you do immediately drop it because you lose the thing. At the moment that happens, though, your reflexes kind of kick in because it feels kind of like dropping the eye feels like someone like someone tearing your heart out through your arm. And your hindbrain kicks in automatically. Roll Celestia and Scamp, please both roll initiative. See who's faster in the draw here.
This is the nicest this dice has ever been to me, the bastard. That's an 18 again. Never rolled this fucking well.
17, and I'm guessing I don't have
Nope.
my reaction back at this point. It's too quick.
But someone who does, and who's been holding an action, does act as Victory. In the moment where Celestia's eyes flash with rage, extends a hand, and a thin kind of blue-tinted spark of lightning arcs out towards to try and connect to your chest. Can I ask you to roll a wisdom save, please?
Yep. Another. Oh my god! It's never rocked 20. Not natural.
Okay.
Oh,
Nevertheless,
God.
As you feel the jolt of paralytic electricity pass through you, and you're too caught up in the moment, the hold person spell does not take.
Oh fuck!
All right, which means we're into initiative. Celestia, you need to get you need to get the eye back, and you need to stop these fuckers from taking it from you. This is having dropped the eye, that is overwhelming every other instinct.
Like animal, get them away from me.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, I think.
Can I ask you to roll a separate wisdom save, and let's just find out how lethal you're how much control you have.
Put that dice down. It's being too good to me. Okay, the wisdom save is another 20.
No, that's good. So non-lethal actions.
Okay, I mean, Celestia's like, people are too close to me and I'm panicking spell has always been Thunderwave. So that feels kind of appropriate. But like, that's generally if there's like a horde of undead on us. I feel like if I'm in hindbrain, that's the spell that would pop out.
Con save, right?
Yes, I think so. Let me check. Thunderwave.
Is slow still in effect?
Yeah. Con.
Slow
it
is still in
is,
effect, so
yes.
roll a d20,
Let
and
me
let's see
check.
if you can cast it in time.
12.
You do cast it in time.
Fuck.
Okay.
God damn it.
On a level or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature's next turn. And the creature must use its action on that turn to complete the spell. So it's going to take you an extra turn to get the spell out.
Right.
Isn't it... Sorry, I need to check the slow rollings, because I thought above 10 meant...
It says
that
11 or higher, the spell doesn't take effect until the creature's next turn.
Oh, right. I thought it was the other way around.
Yeah, I assumed it would be somehow, but...
Oh, cool. I mean, great.
Okay, well, in which case, great.
Lucky for us.
You start casting the... the Thunderwave spell, but in a weird sort of doubling of temporal shenanigans. You're moving like you're moving just a little bit slower.
I feel like this is a bang on the floor thunderwave, so
Yeah.
it just happens like too slowly.
Yeah, you're trying to bang you're trying to bang the floor with one hand, reaching out for the eye with the other.
Yeah.
Scamp, you're the first one to act then.
Okay. I don't want to do that because that's concentration as well. I'm gonna just grab the eye then, I guess, and run away.
Grab it.
Cool. I'm going to ask you to make, just because of the threat and the position of it, I'd like you to make technically this is an unarmed attack roll. So I guess so I guess it's just Dex plus your proficiency, please.
Cool. I'm gonna tides it because I feel like I might need it.
Yeah.
Just in case. This feels important. Okay, so that one would be 14. That's not great. And the other one is another bloody 14. Fuck you, dice.
14's fine. It's a stationary. It's a small object, but it is stationary. You reach down, grab the eye, and you said you're going to run in what direction?
Just away, not out of the area, because I don't want to get caught in the wall.
Okay, you back up against the. You essentially back up against the pantry.
Is that my whole? That's my action, isn't it?
It's kind of your action to grab the eye. Yeah.
Let me see if I've got. What does this spell? Oh, it's only an action. I could speed it up. How big is the wall? Touch a stone object. The wall's stone, isn't it?
The wall is stone. Yes.
Can I quicken stone shape and put the eye inside the wall?
I'm going to say that you've found that the walls have been in your month there. The walls could not be moved with stone shape, could not be damaged in any way. Essentially, to prevent you getting around this door the way you intended to get around the first door. But the stone fountain, the stone sort of casing of the fountain, you can and have reshaped through stone shape and fabricate.
I would like to put it inside the fountain.
Okay.
If I can do it slightly subtly behind my back, but I don't think that's going to work.
Roll a sleight of hand check. Celestia.
I think I'll know where it is, though, won't I?
I mean,
You
roll
might
a sleight of
not know
hand
it's
check,
in the
Celestia.
fountain.
Roll a perception check to oppose this, please.
Oh, it's bad. Yay.
21?
That's a 10.
Okay.
You win.
Scamp grabs the eye, thrusts their hands behind their back, and backs away to just in front of the fountain. They've still got their hands behind their backs. You don't really see the moment where they create a tiny pocket just in the fountain stone, shove the eye in, and then... Can you reseal it in the same thing? You can't, but I guess you can. You could try and create a pocket and shove it in there.
Yeah, I think I might need to do the same thing next turn. To close it behind, I would think.
Okay, but you are at least obscuring it behind your back. So Celestia hasn't seen you create this like tiny shelf essentially in the fountain stonework, shove the eye into it. So this has been hidden from Celestia.
Is it far away enough that it's severing, though?
It's in the process of severing, like what we'll say, but like you still, we're still within the time frame where you can get it back without the connection breaking.
Okay, so it has to be close, but if it's further away than X for an amount of time, that's what happens. Okay, cool. Because I was thinking it was physical distance, and I just had this horrible moment of like, this room isn't that big. Oh no! Fuck. Like you're gonna have to like chuck it out into the cathedral or whatever.
It's more like keeping it away from you for a length of time.
Yeah.
While you try everything to get it back.
Yeah.
You should have got another wisdom save at the end of your turn as well for the
Oh,
slow.
okay, wisdom save.
Yes.
I will do that now. 11. It's not good, so fine.
Cool.
And can you do another wisdom save, please?
Yes.
No.
4.
Okay, this time, however, seeing you like starting to cast your spell and just ignoring the paralysis from before, Victory just jumps you, grabs you kind of by the shoulders, and arcs of blue lightning go all the way across her shoulders, down her arms, and into you. And this time, it's like getting hit by a fucking taser. All of the strength goes out of you as the hold person spell takes effect, and you're literally just electrocuted into paralysis.
Small frozen ball of Celestia, probably.
Yeah, with the way I'm favouring this as well. It's like weird because you like at once both go floppy and also like weirdly rigid in places.
Yeah.
You're just basically getting electric shocked. I will say that
Pain sounds. Yeah.
that definitely buys at least one round. So your Thunder Wave is cancelled because you're interrupted
Good.
from finishing casting.
Unmark that spell
Yeah.
if it hasn't happened.
You are not able to get it to completion. I think you technically
Or do I still do it?
spend
I
the
still do it.
spell.
That's fine.
You just aren't able.
Oh, I just
to
didn't know how it
yeah,
works, so that's not me trying to wheedle out.
No,
I've just
no.
forgotten.
So the spell is interrupted. You just flop to the ground, convulsing, which means that Scamp, you do indeed have another round to seal the pocket behind you. Celestia, roll, I guess, a couple of wisdom saves, please.
Okay. 1, 16. I do. Natural 1.
Okay. At this point, Celestia is still on the ground, slowed and paralysed. Victory kind of scrambles up, goes to you, Scamp. What now?
Maybe I turn her into some sort of animal. No, that's mean without permission. No, I don't do that.
Oh, you're in so
Maybe
much trouble if you
Corzin
do that.
back.
This is actually a valid point. Celestia is like still chained to the fucking grill,
Change
though,
the floor, yeah.
Yeah.
as well. So it's like an awkward situation. I will say then, for the purposes of time, Celestia, I'm going to ask you to make an investigation check, please.
20, not natural.
Ooh, that is pretty good. Scamp, I need you to make an Arcana check, please.
Ooh. Oh, 21.
Okay, makes a
Awesome.
difference. Celestia,
This is very stressful.
Scamp has smoothly covered over the hiding place well enough that despite that over the next few minutes, as you regain your faculties, you aren't really your focus is not so much based on like attacking Scamp or Victory. It's on finding the eye, and you just you dart around screaming obscenities, threats, like mild violence, everything, trying to figure out where it is, and you can't find it.
Yeah, there's much swearing and clutching of heads, you know? Yeah.
That's a good lot of new words there.
D4, please.
A D4.
Yeah.
Okay. 1.
Huh. That is not nearly as bad as it could have been.
Okay.
Could have been 4 bad.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is one bad?
honestly, there's some chance of this going real bad. So you had 3 levels of awareness. You are now at exhaustion level 4, as after a minute,
Jesus.
the sensation of the sensation of your heart being pulled out through your arm gets stronger and stronger until you feel, as before, this horrible sensation of tearing. The sense of your mind dwindling inwards, of losing connection to that sea of intelligence. the absolute clarity of your thoughts going.
I mean, I feel like there's a horrible sort of through-the-teeth scream of somebody having their soul ripped out of their body, because I just don't feel like you get through that without making a noise, to be honest.
Yeah. But hey, you didn't roll high enough to die.
Yeah.
Oh, goody.
Jesus.
It was a 50-50 chance.
Oh my god. Wow, yeah. Would that have just been dead as well?
There would have been some chances to save you, but it would have not gone well.
We got lucky, didn't we?
Yep.
Yeah, those awareness tallies were just added up as a straight modifier.
We just like get +3. So, I mean, how many levels of exhaustion is dead? Isn't it 10?
6.
6. Oh fuck. Okay.
So,
no, that's fucked.
Yeah, a 1 or a
Bloody
2,
hell.
and you're alive. Anything else?
So, Celestia, it's as bad as you remember. It's as bad as going cold turkey was condensed into an instant. You feel like you can barely remember anything. You can't focus enough to put one task in front of another. Your thoughts don't line up properly. It's like you find, even trying to speak, it doesn't work at first, and then it's like you have to line up the words in your head and send them to your mouth.
Like one by one.
One by one. To manage any words. For the next, it takes you the better part, and I mean, yeah, time dilation chamber. This is the way to do it.
This is the place, yeah.
You are in wild states of incoherence over the next 4 days. Throw in, as well as just the horrendous brain fog, you find yourself it plunged into absolute lows of flipping between screaming rage and crippling despair. It is the worst you've ever felt.
Ooh, that's saying something.
Yeah.
But like, having been through
Yeah.
like opium withdrawal,
Yeah.
that's really saying something.
It is
It's
solidly
worse, but
on
shorter.
a par
Yeah.
with the opium withdrawal, but condensed in.
Yeah, it alternates between like go away and don't leave me
Yeah.
for like the whole time.
There are
like it's just
portions-
oscillating between those two things of like I'm hideously ashamed, leave me alone, and
Yeah.
like please don't leave me alone.
There are portions of this where Celestia doesn't like the way she's speaking. It doesn't even quite. It doesn't even quite seem right. Like it's kind of awful from the outside as well as the inside. About 6 hours into this, Corzin manages to get back into the
Oh, right, okay.
barrier. Because I'm assuming that you went out and then immediately jumped back in.
For flavour,
Oh, yeah,
when
I
you
would
come
as
back
soon
in,
as I could.
Celestia's like crying in a heap. For flavour, that's what you come into.
Yeah.
Okay, I am going to render what medical aid I can.
You do. There's not much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It takes 4 solid days before Celestia is kind of technically recovered. Like, you're no longer under the penalties, but you feel lesser. Like you feel the loss, the sense that you are not. That this power was borrowed. You know that it was not yours, that you were drawing on something else, but you feel like you are lesser. You feel like you can't be everything you can be. And it's like, and even after that, it's like you've got a hangover, but you haven't touched a drop. It's an awful state, and you just end up having to force your way through it. It will probably may take days or weeks for you to adjust properly again, but after 4 hellish days, you can at least move.
I feel like there's probably a small period of quiet towards the end of that 4 days. And then Celestia kind of properly gets lucid. Just sort of goes, sorry about all that.
Nothing to be sorry for.
It's alright. I'm just glad it's done.
It's, just about, I think. I don't feel right, but I'm here.
You will with time.
You sure?
No.
I can't do that again.
And I wouldn't ask you to.
I assume one of you put it in a lead box at some point during all that.
No, actually, I thought wait till you before we took it out where we put it. It's behind enough stone that it's doing
Fair.
a similar thing.
Well, I'm not,
but we can't
compelled
carry
to
it
grab
around.
it, so...
Yeah, there's the thing. I'll get it out the stone in a minute.
You are,
Get a box
however,
ready.
still shackled. Still shackled as per your own instructions at this point, I think. Unless you've had yourself released by this point.
I think when it became clear that I wasn't grabbing for the eye, which it sounds like I wasn't for that whole time, I think I would have been like, get me
After
out of
about
this
a day
fucking
or so,
thing.
then you'll have been released.
We
Yeah.
didn't release them to use the bed or to eat or whatnot.
Yeah,
Or
and-
frankly, to use the
We can
latrine.
use the
Yeah,
toilet,
yeah.
right?
But that's the thing, like, I don't feel like I had to go through all of that shitting in the middle of the room. You know? Like, I don't feel like it was that situation where, like, it had to be like that. So, yeah. And it sounds like most of it was emotional rather than, like, attacking people. I think I might have been mean, but I don't think I would have,
The exhaustion
like,
was
punched
by
anyone.
the end of it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
After day one, honestly, day one, you couldn't get up to attack anyone anyway, and at that point, it's,
I think I probably said some nasty things.
Oh yeah,
But, like,
literally comments. Yeah, I mean, let's not do that again. But hey, you taught me a few words, and I grew up with pirates.
Oh, God. I don't even remember. I kind of do.
Let's not dwell on.
I'm sorry if I said anything terrible.
Yeah, you're pretty cutting, but it's all right.
I'd say I didn't mean it, but I probably did at the time. I don't now.
Just I know how you feel about my mother, but please not. Not again, thank you.
Wouldn't normally.
It's all right.
Not to you,
Get it?
anyway. I might to
Not-
her, but not to you.
Not really in control.
Are we alright?
Yeah, we are. Besides, I got to shock you a few times.
Sorry.
It's all right.
There's like no mirth.
Scamp, you got any chocolate?
Oh yeah, loads.
This feels.
Might be a good time.
Yeah, this feels like chocolate time.
Ugh. Food kind of sounds awful. But probably should.
It'll keep your energy levels up.
Yeah, I mean, it was like this after the whole opium thing, wasn't it? So,
Yeah, you might not feel like it right now, but I think if you can possibly stomach it, food's a good idea.
probably, yeah. yeah. You're gonna have to help me out with the memory stuff.
Of course.
Doesn't feel good. Ooh. Thank you all. Wasn't that bad last time.
I guess
Not
prolonged use or exposure to it.
I mean, actually,
makes it-
maybe it was that bad last time. I don't really know. I was
I don't
all
think it
unconscious and burned and stuff last time.
I mean, I've seen what happens when people get super tired. You saw what happened to me when I went too far. You went that far. You were one step from gone.
Yeah, I felt it actually. It was close. It was a close call. Yeah, I'm not doing that again. That's the last
It was the right
time.
time to get rid of it any longer, and I don't think we'd have got you back from it.
I don't think so either. I think if I kept scrying, that would have gone kaput.
All the better that you had the strength to do it now, then.
Well, I don't know if it was strength or luck. I think
It took strength of personality to make that decision. A lesser person wouldn't have been able to.
Thanks. And I know we're at a bit of a disadvantage in some ways, but I think we're mostly in a better position than we were. We shouldn't be relying on that.
No.
I'm not sad to lose a potential security risk, as useful as it might be.
Oh, it's a little bit like opium, isn't it? It makes things feel better. But that's not what it's doing in the long run. You get a lot of short-term information and excitement and good feelings from it, but...
And like it in the right, very, very specific context, it might have been helpful, but it's not anymore.
No, it's too dangerous.
We should tell Clara. And actually,
Yes.
your mother, Victory. Seriously.
Yes, they deserve to know.
Like, putting whatever opinions I have about her out the window, she needs to be aware that that's what it's like if she hasn't tried putting it down before.
Yeah. I don't know that she has. I know that she avoided using it too much.
That's
I
good.
know that she definitely... Yeah, she always said... I know that she's avoided looking forwards and backwards with it. But I think the
Might help.
revelations that we've had about it looking back at you...
We need to tell her.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you... When you're up to it, of course, are you able to send from in here?
Don't think so.
No, I think this place is like when you're in the void.
Yeah, we're not in Calcinea.
Well,
We
as
can
soon as
send
we're
to
back,
her
then,
as soon as we get out, though. I'm happy to spend a sending on that, because...
I think it's worth it.
Yeah, again, like... Opinions aside, safety,
Yes.
you know?
All right. I guess then. If you're ready,
I don't think I'm getting more ready.
we better go find out what's behind door number 3.
Come on, then.
And as you pick yourselves up unsteadily and pass back through the barrier into regular time, we'll pick up there next time. In a very interesting a new position.
Yeah.
One
Yeah.
where you have 5 less intelligence.
Yep. I need to actually sit with my stats and, like, rework that.
Thank you all very much for playing. Thank you all very much for listening. And farewell from all of us here at Flintlocks and Fireballs. Fair seas and natural 20s.
4 days have passed within a breath, and every instant feels like death. 'Twas twined into my soul so long. How much of me will carry on?
So gather your muskets, gather your spears, we'll plunder the shores of Calcinea. No kraken, storm or spell we fear, so come and sail with us, my dear.